Chapter 44-36. Blood Mingzi was the demon son of the Blood Prison Demon Palace in the primal beginning realm. He was a famous figure even among the younger generation of the top forces in the primal beginning realm. The Blood Prison Demon Palace was no weaker than the Heaven's equal sect. Blood Mingzi was definitely in existence that could compete with the divine son of the Heaven's equal sect, Qihao. Moreover, the people of the Blood Prison Demon Palace were extremely murderous. They would often kill without saying a word. They were powerful, cruel, and overbearing. At this time, Blood Mingzi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Yi Lingtian and the others. He directly attacked, wanting to kill all the ants in front of him. Blood Mingzi turned into a blood-devouring demonic light and charged at Yi Lingtian. In Blood Mingzi's eyes, Yi Lingtian's blood was the most vigorous. If he could devour this guy's blood essence, his cultivation would definitely improve a lot. At that time, no one here would be a match for him. Blood Mingzi's wishful thinking didn't work because Yi Lingtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He didn't know Yi Lingtian's background. If he did, he wouldn't be so confident. Boom! What awaited Blood Mingzi was a fist even more dazzling than the sun. This was the ultimate battle technique of the ancestral realm's Yi clan, the Great Sun, Divine Fist. Rumble! An incomparably dazzling sun rose in the valley. The surrounding void was annihilated and evaporated. The blood-devouring demonic light that Blood Mingzi had turned into was also evaporating. Under Yi Lingtian's Great Sun, Divine Fist, the blood-devouring demonic light that Blood Mingzi had turned into suddenly dimmed as if it could dissipate at any time. What? The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all shocked to see the scene. There was a true dragon among these ants. How was that possible? Among the myriad worlds, only the divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm stood high above, looking down on the billions of creatures in the lower worlds. They were destined to become true dragons above the 9 heavens in the future. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of Qihao and the others, Blood Mingzi's bloody light dissipated from Yi Lingtian's punch, and he fell out of the void. Cough! Cough! Blood Mingzi kept falling back, coughing up blood. How is that possible? Blood Mingzi found it hard to believe that this ant in his eyes could actually injure him. Moreover, it had only been a single punch. Now, who is the ant? Yi Lingtian retracted his fist, and the divine light that illuminated the 9 heavens disappeared in an instant. You, blood-dark child, was both shocked and enraged by Yi Lingtian's words. In his agitation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Good. I never imagined that there would be a figure like you amongst the ants of the lower dimensions. How about this? You'll follow by my side in the future and be my servant. Qihao took a step forward and looked at Yi Lingtian with his hands clasped behind his back. It was nothing for Yi Lingtian to defeat Blood Mingzi. With his current cultivation, defeating Blood Mingzi was as easy as flipping his palm. Haha, Yi Lingtian smiled. He was even a little speechless. These guys were too arrogant. At this time, they still wanted to take him in as a servant? What a moron! Brother Yi, why are you talking so much with these arrogant fellows? Let's get rid of these guys first. Jiang Yichen glanced at the divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world and said coldly. He didn't have a good impression of these guys at all. They thought they were superior, but in his eyes, weren't these guys just ants and trash? At this moment, a powerful figure appeared in the distance. A few experts watched on from afar. On the other side of the valley, the battle between the sacred prince Pingtian and the scarlet blood barbaric dragon was about to come to an end as well. Both of them had become bloodshot. Roar! The scarlet blood barbaric dragon constantly roared. It constantly spat out scarlet flames towards the sacred prince Pingtian. This scarlet blood barbaric dragon's body actually had several bloody holes that went through the front and back. Blood splashed everywhere. The barbaric dragon's blood was incomparably tyrannical. When it came into contact with the mountain rocks, it actually emitted black smoke and corroded the rocks. The sacred Prince Pingtian was like the sun in the sky. He radiated with boundless light. Every punch and kick he threw possessed great power, directly shaking the surrounding space. He was injured as well. There were 5 bloody marks on his abdomen and a hole on his chest. Through the hole, his beating heart could be seen. At their level of cultivation, physical injuries like this were basically negligible. However, they would still feel pain and bleed when they were injured. Kill! The sacred Prince Pingtian did not want to continue fighting, so he directly used the ultimate killing technique of the Pingtian Empire. His body seemed to burn, and his battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed. What? The scarlet blood barbaric dragon was surprised. It never thought that the sacred Prince Pingtian could still increase his battle prowess even at a time like this. Secret technique of the flaming heavens. The sacred Prince Pingtian seemed to turn into a burning blur. He tore through the scarlet blood barbaric dragon's defenses in a single moment and sank into its body. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon roared out in fright. In the next moment, flames appeared on the scarlet blood barbaric dragon's body as well. Its huge body actually deflated like a ball. Very soon, the mighty scarlet blood barbaric dragon was reduced to a bag of bones. Even the scarlet blood barbaric dragon's soul had been set alight. In just a few seconds, the powerful and ferocious scarlet blood barbaric dragon collapsed on the ground, dead. This is... In the sky outside the valley, Guling could not help but frown when he saw this. The secret technique that the sacred Prince Pingtian had used was very strange and terrifying. A secret technique that directly burns the flesh, blood, and soul of the enemy. Even Qin Yao's expression changed. The killing technique that the sacred Prince Pingtian had used was very extraordinary. Boom! The moment the scarlet blood barbaric dragon collapsed, its huge corpse suddenly exploded. It was blasted to pieces and a figure charged out. His vital energy surged as strange flames rose up from his body. He was the sacred Prince Pingtian. Although the sacred Prince Pingtian had used the secret technique of the flaming heavens, not only did his vital energy not weaken, but it became even more powerful instead. Even his wounds had vanished, as if he had never been injured in the first place. He only paused for a moment before turning around and charging into the depths of the valley. Anyone who gets in my way will die. The sacred Prince Pingtian charged past and directly collided with over a dozen experts in front of him. The experts hurriedly retreated, but those who could not retreat in time were unlucky. 5 or 6 experts were smashed to pieces by the sacred prince who charged past them, exploding into a bloody mist. The experts who were not hit were scared out of their wits. The sacred Prince Pingtian's body was just too powerful. He did not even need to use any killing techniques to directly smash 5 or 6 experts from the heaven realm to death, shocking all the experts nearby. Sister, this guy's body doesn't seem to be inferior to cultivators of the same level. Qin Yao exclaimed. There are also powerful body-tempering techniques in the primordial world, but they might not remember the body-tempering techniques of us cultivators, Guling said indifferently. Qin Yao smiled and did not say anything. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, the layer of mist above the valley dispersed, and a powerful ripple of energy spread out. The entire valley shook violently. Qin Yao looked over and saw a white-robed young man actually blocking the domineering sacred Prince Pingtian. The 2 experts' fists collided fiercely. The person who blocked the sacred Prince Pingtian was actually a fair-skinned fatty. This was unbelievable. At this moment, the 2 figures retreated. Pure martial power, Guling said with a deep voice. Guling said in a deep voice, "Who was this person?" She was the true successor of martial arts. According to what she knew, there was only one successor of the martial ancestor in the heaven realm and human realm, and that was her father, Gu Fei. However, the power that the fatty had erupted with was definitely the most authentic martial power. Only those who had received the true legacy of martial arts could cultivate such pure martial power. What? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard that. She was the princess of the Qin clan. There was no doubt that the Qin clan was powerful. She knew very well that only Gu Fei's clan had received the true legacy of the martial ancestor in the human realm and human realm. Could he be the successor of senior brother Guzhong, who walked the ancient path of the human race? Gu Ling suddenly said. At this moment, the atmosphere in the valley was extremely tense. Little fatty, do you want to die? The sacred Prince Pingtian was immediately enraged when he was blocked. His blood surged as streaks of blood-colored divine light circled around him. They tore through space like blood-colored lightning. How? What? I do want to die. Can you kill me? The fatty laughed loudly. Go die. The sacred Prince Pingtian could not be bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared into space. Humph! The fatty took a step forward and instantly moved 1,000 meters away. Boom! The ground where the fatty originally stood sank, causing dust to rise into the air. A figure charged out from the dust like a god of death, charging towards the fatty once again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Although the fatty was fat, his movement technique was as fast as lightning. He shot into the air and slammed his palm towards the sacred prince Pingtian below. Rumble, boundless martial power erupted as a huge palm appeared in the sky. Like an ancient mountain, it smashed towards the sacred prince Pingtian below. Heaven-covering palm. Seeing this, Gu Ling finally confirmed that the fatty was definitely her senior brother Guzhong's successor. The fatty's appearance was somewhat similar to Guzhong's. Could this guy be Gu Xiaofeng? Gu Ling suddenly thought of someone. Gu Xiaofeng was her senior brother Guzhong's son. The two of them had set foot on the human race's ancient path back then, and Gu Ling had not heard from them since. If it were not for the soul tablets left behind by her father, Gu Fei, she even suspected that the two of them had already died on the human race's ancient path. The sacred prince Pingtian shot into the sky and directly threw a punch. The violent fist force seemed like it was going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Boom! Like two stars colliding, an unimaginably violent power erupted. The space was directly shattered, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky above the valley. Chapter 44:37. The sacred prince of the divine empire of the primordial world had actually been stopped by an unremarkable fatty. Who is this fellow? He actually dares to challenge His Royal Highness the Sacred Prince. This little fatty is simply courting death. Who is His Highness the Sacred Prince? He's the greatest person among the younger generation of the Pingtian divine empire. The divine princes and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were extremely shocked. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. The entire world was shaking as one black hole after another appeared in the void. It was formed by the explosion of the void. However, the immortal estate world was incomparably stable. Those black holes that appeared in the void quickly disappeared, and the shattered void was quickly repaired by the power of the immortal estate world. Two figures moved quickly in the void, violently attacking the array. That little fatty must be Gu Xiaofeng. In the distant sky, Gu Ling, who was watching the battle, said with certainty. Gu Xiaofeng? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard this. Gu Xiaofeng's father was Guzhong, and Guzhong was Gu Fei's disciple. If this person was really Gu Xiaofeng, it would be too inconceivable. Even a grand disciple of Gu Fei was so powerful. Little fatty die, the sacred prince roared out. With a wave of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The light pierced through space. The spear in the sacred prince Pingtian's hand turned into a shocking streak of light. It pierced through the surroundings and arrived before the little fatty in a single instance. Chaotic rebellion. Little Fatty sneered and immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Chaos Reversal Secret Art. The next moment, the power of chaos burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding void to distort as if the world was being reversed. The streak of light that pierced towards the little fatty actually vanished in an instant. In the next moment, it suddenly reappeared and pierced towards the sacred prince. What? You reversed my attack? The sacred prince Pingtian was taken aback. He knew the power of his attack very well. Regular quasi-sovereigns would not be able to block it, yet Yi Fuqian had actually managed to turn his attack around. At this moment, the sacred prince Pingtian extended his right hand and directly grabbed the ray of light that pierced towards him. The divine light dispersed, and a battle spear appeared in the sacred prince's hand. Haha, what do you think? You don't have the ability to kill me, Little Fatty said with a laugh. Little fellow, if you provoke me, you will die a horrible death. The sacred prince roared furiously. In the next moment, he directly charged towards the little fatty with his spear. He did not use any killing techniques. He wanted to crush his opponent with absolute power. This was a method to break his opponent's divine art. The sacred prince Pingtian was indeed powerful. He had only probed the other party's strength, but he had already seen through the other party's strength. Close combat with me? Little Fatty was overjoyed. Martial artists were best at close combat. Once a martial artist got close to them, the cultivator would be in for a tragedy. Clang! Little Fatty blocked with his hands. His palm slammed against the spear in Little Supreme Pingtian's hand, and a metallic sound rang out. This, the sacred Prince Pingtian was truly moved. This guy's physical body was actually so powerful that he could take on a Tao artifact with his bare hands. How could such a powerful existence appear in this backward world? Ascend. Little Fatty did not want to be entangled with this guy anymore, so he directly used the Ascend secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Rumble, a peerlessly powerful martial power erupted from Little Fatty's body. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed the sacred prince Pingtian's spear. Kacha! Little Fatty exerted force, and the spear in the sacred prince Pingtian's hand broke into 2. The sacred prince Pingtian was in disbelief. This guy did not use his full strength just now. The sacred prince Pingtian was shocked by Little Fatty's sudden increase in battle prowess. It seemed that this guy had grasped a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. The sacred prince Pingtian was directly pushed back. Roar! He roared furiously as streaks of blood-red light shot out from his body. He had used the flattening blood secret technique again, and all the blood in his body was burning. Whoosh! Like a blood-colored phantom, he pounced towards the little fatty. Just then, the extremely powerful scarlet blood barbaric dragon had died to the sacred prince's attack. The vigorous scarlet blood barbaric dragon had been sucked dry. Oh no! Guling could not help but become nervous when she saw the sacred prince Pingtian use this ability from afar. Even Qin Yao narrowed her eyes. The sacred prince Pingtian's ability was definitely not inferior to those extreme abilities. Hee, you want to kill me with this move? The little fatty smiled slyly. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have become one with the void around him. Although he was standing there, no one could sense his presence. He was like a shadow, like an illusion, as if he did not exist in this world. The blood-red figure that the sacred prince Pingtian had turned into actually charged past little fatty. It was unable to enter his body at all. What? The sacred prince Pingtian's figure clearly emerged from the blood-red light. He was extremely shocked. He had never thought that this fellow could actually ignore his trump card. Even in the grand primordial world, there were not many people who could break through his ability. Boom! At this moment, little fatty shuddered and directly threw a punch towards the sacred prince Pingtian. The violent force directly sent the sacred prince Pingtian flying. How dare you! The sacred prince Pingtian constantly coughed up blood. There was a huge flaw with the flattening blood secret technique. If he missed, he would be burning his own blood. In just an instant, the sacred Prince Pingtian's aura weakened significantly. The sacred Prince Pingtian glared at the fatty viciously. He knew very well that he could only cast the secret technique 3 more times at most. Once he failed to do anything to his opponent, he would burn his vital energy and die. Hee, what sacred prince? In my eyes, he's just SOSO. Little Fatty said in disdain. The people of the primal beginning realm were incomparably arrogant and thought that they were superior to others. This was why Little Fatty was very unhappy. He was not weaker than others, and he was not weaker than the so-called divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. Sacred Prince Pingtian was enraged. Every strand of his hair stood on end as he stared at the little fatty with a cold gaze. He had never been looked down on like this before, and this guy was an ant from a backward world in his eyes. He was actually mocked by an ant. Kill! Without wasting any time, the sacred prince charged towards the little fatty once again. He opened his mouth, and countless bolts of lightning immediately shot out, blasting towards the little fatty. Every single bolt of lightning tore through the surrounding space. However, the little fatty reached out with his right hand, and the countless lightning bolts bombarding him were actually caught in his hand. The countless lightning bolts turned into a ball of lightning in his hand. This, the sacred Prince Pingtian was completely dumbfounded. I'll return it to you. Little Fatty waved his right hand, and the ball of lightning immediately flew out. It struck the sacred Prince Pingtian in an instant. The sacred Prince Pingtian shrieked miserably. In the next moment, he was enveloped by countless bolts of lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, the powerful power of lightning erupted, directly causing the sacred Prince Pingtian's hair to stand on end. His face was pitch black as black smoke rose from his body. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a horrible shape. Swish! There was a flash of light in the air, and in the next moment, the sacred Prince Pingtian's head flew into the air. Unknowingly, a sword had appeared in Little Fatty's hand. My strongest battle skill is the sword. Little Fatty did not even glance at the sacred Prince Pingtian's corpse. He directly stowed his sword away before looking in the direction of Guling and Qin Yao. The sacred Prince Pingtian is dead. How is this possible? The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked and horrified. This lowly native had actually killed the sacred prince of Pingtian, a giant dragon? All the experts from the primal prime realm were in disbelief. The sacred Prince Pingtian was the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the primal prime realm's Pingtian divine empire. Someone as important as him had actually died here. The sacred Prince Pingtian would definitely cause an unimaginable disturbance once the news reached the Pingtian divine empire. The little fatty chuckled as he went up and searched through all the good things on the sacred Prince Pingtian. After the sacred Prince Pingtian was killed, his inner world directly became riddled with cracks. It was about to collapse very soon. Little Fatty was extremely bold. He had actually barged into the sacred Prince Pingtian's inner world that was about to collapse and searched through it thoroughly before emerging in satisfaction. Boom! Afterwards, the sacred Prince Pingtian's inner world directly collapsed. It shrank and turned into chaos. Everything in it was destroyed by the devastating power. What sacred prince? He's even poorer than me. He doesn't even have a proper supreme Tao artifact. The little fatty cursed. In reality, it was not that the sacred Prince Pingtian did not have a supreme Tao artifact. Instead, he had been killed before he could use it. The supreme Tao artifact on the sacred Prince Pingtian had fled as soon as he died. It wasn't that easy to obtain a supreme Tao tool. One must know that supreme Tao tools had a life of their own. To subdue a supreme Tao tool, it could only be done by a supreme Tao expert. Of course, if the supreme Tao artifact accepted someone as its master, the little fatty would be extremely lucky. However, a supreme Tao artifact with a master would never abandon its original master and accept someone else as its master. Just as the sacred prince Pingtian was killed by the little fatty, Yi Lingtian and the god of the heavens' equal sect from the primal prime realm fought outside the protective formation of the divine hall in the depths of the valley. Jiang Yichen also began fighting against the chaotic child. Chapter 44:38. One had to say that the divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were indeed much more powerful than the cultivators of the same level in the heaven realm and the human realm. They weren't inferior to the saintesses of the heaven sects and the divine princes from the primal beginning realm at all. On the other hand, there weren't many quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm on Yi Lingtian's side. There were only 4 or 5 of them, including Yi Lingtian. However, there were more than a dozen divine princes and saintesses from the primal beginning realm. Each of them was the most outstanding descendant of a large sect in the primal beginning realm. After the battle broke out, Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen found it difficult to resist. However, Yi Lingtian fought against Qi Hao of the heavens' equal sect, and Jiang Yichen fought against the chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace, blocking the 2 most powerful existences in the primal beginning realm. On the other hand, the other divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were the quasi-supremes of the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm. Boom! A red-haired divine prince of the primordial beginning realm sent a descendant of a large sect in the human world flying with a punch. He was extremely powerful. A saintess of a sacred ground in the primal beginning realm pointed with her finger. A descendant of a large clan in the heaven realm screamed as his forehead was pierced. He fell from the sky and died. The allied forces of the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm were constantly being defeated by a group of divine princes and saintesses. Haha, these guys are so weak. Ants from the mortal realm dare to challenge a dragon? How laughable. Those who dare to covet the great creation here must die. The divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were very disdainful. They didn't care about the people of the human realm, heaven realm, and the ancestral realm at all. They saw them as ants and trash. Boom! A divine beast of the primal beginning realm spat out a divine fire, burning a divine prince of sacred ground in the heaven realm to ashes. Roar! On the other side, a descendant of another divine beast of the primal beginning realm revealed his true form. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing 2 descendants of the barren ancient world from the human realm. Hee, the descendants of the black sparrow race and the sky-devouring tiger race are indeed worthy. A divine prince of the grand beginning realm said with a smile. The black sparrow race and the heaven-devouring tiger race were both divine beast races of the grand beginning realm. These 2 races had produced supreme existences, and their descendants were extremely powerful. They could stand shoulder to shoulder with the successors of the large sects and sacred grounds of the grand beginning realm. As the heirs of the primal beginning realm chased after the heirs of the heaven realm, human realm, and primogenitor realm, a little fatty walked over from afar. Ha! I didn't expect it to be livelier here than outside. The little fatty walked over with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. His bearing was extraordinary as he looked down on the world. It was as if he did not take these fierce and powerful grand beginning realm experts seriously at all. Who is this guy? The divine sons and saintesses from the grand prime world were all surprised when they saw the little fatty. They were all in the depths of the valley, facing off against Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen. They had no idea that the little fatty had already killed the sacred prince of the Pingtian divine empire. At this moment, the defeated army of the 3 worlds fled in panic. Over a dozen experts from the human realm, heaven's realm, and primogenitor realm directly charged past the little fatty. In just a single moment, only Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen remained, fighting against Qi Hao and the chaotic child. The other divine sons and saintesses could no longer interfere with a battle of this level. In particular, Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao's battle was even more earth-shaking. Yi Lingtian, Jiang Yichen, you really are powerful. The little fatty glanced at the battle in the distance, and his eyes flickered with light. A battle of this level was exactly what he desired. It was difficult to find an opponent at his level of cultivation. Although the people before him seemed powerful, the little fatty had no intention of fighting at all. These people did not have the right to be his opponent. "Oi, little fatty, get over here and die," an expert of the Black Sparrow clan said to the little fatty scornfully. "What did you say?" The little fatty turned around and looked at the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The corner of his lips curled up, revealing a sliver of disdain and arrogance. "I dare you to say that again." The little fatty smiled wickedly. "Haha, who does this guy think he is? The domain lord of the primogenitor realm?" A divine son of the primogenitor realm said disdainfully. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan sneered. "I will say it again. What can you do to me? Damn fatty, get over here and die." "Very well, you have guts. Go to hell then." The little fatty stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The next moment, the expert of the Black Sparrow clan felt his body tighten, and his entire body flew towards the little fatty. "What?" The expert of the Black Sparrow clan was shocked. Boom! A ball of black flames erupted from the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The black flames burned the void, causing it to distort and change shape. He wanted to break free from the power that enveloped him. However, the power was extremely powerful. Even though the expert of the Black Sparrow clan attacked with all his might, he still flew towards the little fatty involuntarily. The little fatty grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan wanted to struggle, but the next moment he realized that he couldn't even move a finger. He was directly restrained. "You want me to get over there and die?" The little fatty said with a faint smile. "Do you know who I am? Let me go, or you will die miserably." The expert of the Black Sparrow clan said fiercely, without the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. "Is that so?" The little fatty sneered. The next moment, the power in his hand shot out and directly turned the expert of the Black Sparrow clan into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit was directly shattered. What? He actually killed the divine son of the Black Sparrow clan. Does he know how much trouble he has caused? The ancestor of the Black Sparrow clan is probably going to go crazy. The experts of the Grand Prime Realm, who were watching the show, were all dumbfounded. No one thought that the little fatty would actually dare to kill the divine son of the Black Sparrow clan. Moreover, the combat strength that the divine son displayed was too weak. How could he be killed by the damn fatty in one move? What divine son? He's just a piece of trash. The little fatty clapped his hands and said, "Damn fatty, go to hell." The quasi-supreme, heaven-devouring tiger of the heaven-devouring tiger clan, a good friend of the Black Sparrow clan, roared angrily. It opened its mouth and inhaled, wanting to swallow the little fatty in one gulp. A heaven-devouring power surged out of the heaven-devouring tiger's mouth. The entire world shook as if it could really swallow the sky in one gulp. The heaven-devouring tiger clan was indeed very powerful. Their innate divine abilities were heaven-defying. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tiger's breath could probably directly swallow everyone in a city with a population of 10 million. If it was an extreme supreme level heaven-devouring tiger, it could really swallow the sky in one gulp. "You want to eat me?" The little fatty stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the powerful devouring power to envelop him. Although the devouring power was powerful, the little fatty was as steady as a primordial divine mountain. It was difficult to move him. The heaven-devouring tiger's mouth was already crooked, but it still couldn't make the little fatty move. How is this possible? The divine sons and saintesses of the Grand Prime Realm were dumbfounded. This was the divine son of the heaven-devouring tiger clan attacking. This tiger saint had just swallowed an expert of the same level as him. Its ferocity was monstrous. However, the little fatty completely ignored the divine ability of the heaven-devouring tiger saint. The void around the little fatty was twisting and cracking. It was as if it would collapse at any time and be swallowed by the heaven-devouring tiger saint. What is this guy doing? Guling and Qin Yao, who were watching the little fatty's power from afar, were somewhat confused. Given this guy's strength, it was enough to sweep away the so-called divine sons and saintesses of the Grand Prime Realm. Was this guy playing with them? You want to eat me? I'll eat you first. The little fatty also opened his mouth and inhaled. The next moment, an even more powerful devouring power directly suppressed the heaven-devouring tiger. Then the heaven-devouring tiger flew directly towards him, quickly shrinking, and was swallowed in one gulp. The divine sons and saintesses of the Grand Prime Realm were directly stunned by this scene. This guy actually swallowed the heaven-devouring tiger saint in one gulp? Everyone's forehead was sweating. This little fatty was too terrifying. Haha, you guys still dare to say that there's no one in the heaven realm? A burst of loud laughter came from behind the little fatty. How dare you? The divine sons and saintesses from the Grand Prime Realm were all shocked and angry. Some even became timid and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only 3 existences, more powerful than ordinary divine sons and saintesses, emitted endless battle intent. All right, I'm not playing with you anymore. Come over and accept your death, the little fatty said disapprovingly. Then he turned around and said to the guys behind him, I'm from the human realm, not the heaven realm. Aha! It's actually our fellow countryman from the human realm. My fellow countryman is mighty. Fellow countrymen from the human realm, you have to help us vent our anger. That's right, these beasts from the Grand Prime Realm are too despicable. The morale of the experts from the human realm was immediately boosted, while the experts from the heaven realm were somewhat embarrassed. Hee, so it's a fellow cultivator from the human realm. We're allies on the same side. That's right, the human realm and the heaven realm are originally one family. The experts from the heaven realm smiled apologetically. Hee. The little fatty shook his head and didn't say anything. A divine son from the Grand Prime Realm stared at the little fatty and said coldly, Damn fatty, you're courting death. Do you think you can still live after killing divine Sun Hei and the heaven-devouring tiger saint? Is that so? Those old crows and old heavenly tigers are going to jump out? Then let them come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. The little fatty's eyes suddenly became sharp as he glanced at the group of divine sons and saintesses from the Grand Prime Realm. The aura of looking down on the world made the group of divine sons and saintesses almost unable to breathe. This guy, the group of divine sons and saintesses, was shocked again. The little fatty's aura was too powerful. It seemed to be even stronger than Qi Hao and the Son of Chaos. How could a lowly living being from the lower realm be so powerful? Kill. Chapter 4439. In a valley in the divine mansion world, there was the primordial Qi that cultivators yearned for. It was ancestral Qi of heaven and earth. Even extreme supremes would be moved by it. One had to know that such a rare divine item was extremely rare. Obtaining a wisp of it was already a great fortune. But now, in the depths of this inconspicuous valley, there was a divine temple that was worshipping a mass of primordial Qi. This was definitely enough to make these quasi-supremes go crazy. The divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were also itching to kill their way into the divine temple and seize the primordial Qi. However, there were 9 stone golems outside the divine temple, blocking the extremely powerful divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. This was a killing formation. The 9 stone golems were extremely powerful and could easily kill divine sons and saintesses who barged into the formation. Within the range of the stone golem killing formation, there were many corpses lying all over the place. Many cultivators who had entered the divine mansion world had died here. Among these corpses, there was a black flood dragon that was thousands of feet long. Even though it was dead, it was still extremely ferocious. This black flood dragon was the black flood dragon that had entered the divine mansion before. This black flood dragon came from the ancestral realm and was extremely powerful, but it had actually died here. Apart from this black flood dragon, there were 7 or 8 quasi-supremes that had died outside the divine temple. A white-haired old man had fallen on the steps in front of the divine temple. This old quasi-supreme had almost passed through the stone golem killing array, but he still fell on the steps in the end. He was only a few steps away from passing through the killing array, entering the divine temple, and obtaining the primordial chi. However, reality was cruel. He was only a few steps away, but the result was heaven and hell. If this old quasi-supreme could pass through the killing array, he would definitely reach the heavens in one step. Unfortunately, this old quasi-supreme had no ifs. At this time, outside the stone golem killing array, murderous intent soared into the sky. A little fatty directly charged into a group of divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. He raised his hand and blasted a divine son into a bloody mist. Even someone as powerful as the divine son of the primal beginning realm was killed by the little fatty with a raise of his hand. "Quick, spread out!" a divine son roared. However, the little fatty laughed and put his palms together. In the next moment, his palms parted and countless palm shadows shot out in all directions. Bam! 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 Muffled collisions were heard continuously. The divine princes and saintesses who were hit by the palm shadows were directly turned into clouds of blood mist. Even their essence souls were shattered. This was an indiscriminate attack. Everyone was extremely shocked. Little Fatty's attack had killed more than a dozen divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. The sky, full of palm shadows, dissipated. Only 3 especially powerful existences were able to block the little fatty's attack. The others were all dead and completely dead. Hee! What divine son and saintess! They're all trash that can't even take a single blow. To think that they would dare to strut around here. What a joke! Little fatty said in disdain. You! The 2 divine sons and the saintess were both shocked and furious. They had survived the little fatty's move, but the corners of their mouths were bleeding and their hair was in a mess. They were in an extremely sorry state. This guy's combat strength was too shocking. He was even more powerful than Chi Hao and Hun Hunzi. One had to know that even if Chi Hao and Chaos Child were to go all out, they wouldn't be able to kill more than 10 god sons and saintess in one move. In the eyes of the 2 god sons and saintess, the combat power that little fatty had displayed was simply heaven-defying. Useless chickens and pottery dogs. I'll just casually wipe them out. The little fatty was extremely domineering, directly taking action. A huge hand appeared in the void, grabbing at the 2 gods and a saintess. "Taiyu Saint, if you don't use your trump card now, when will you?" one of the divine princes exclaimed. "Humph!" the other divine son sneered. At the next moment, he crushed the talismans in his hand, and a beam of divine light rushed out of his hand. The beam of light instantly turned into a heavenly saber, directly splitting the little fatty's hand in half. The shocking saber light broke through the little fatty's hand easily. It made a turn in the void and directly slashed at the little fatty at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Where the saber light passed, the little fatty's body was split in half. "Did you kill him?" The Taiyu Saint was surprised and overjoyed. The other god son and saintess were also overjoyed. However, the next moment their expressions froze. The figure that was split in half by the heavenly saber actually disappeared in the void. There was no blood at all. Haha, disappointed. A voice that sounded as terrifying as hell to the Taiyu Saint and the others was suddenly heard from behind them. They were so shocked that they almost fell from the sky. The Taiyu Saint and the others turned around and saw the evil little fatty with his arms crossed, looking at them with a smug and mocking expression. Again, the Taiyu Saint pointed at the little fatty with his right hand. The saber light that had yet to dissipate immediately changed direction in the void and slashed at the little fatty again. "I'll return it to you." The little fatty stretched out his right hand, and the chaotic energy immediately rushed out of his hand. The space in front of him immediately distorted. The moment the saber light slashed into the distorted void in front of the little fatty, it immediately turned around and slashed at the Taiyu Saint. What? The Taiyu Saint was shocked. This guy could actually reverse his attack. Wouldn't he be invincible if he had mastered such a divine ability? How is this possible? The other god son and saintess were dumbfounded at the scene. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Roar! The Taiyu Saint roared without hesitation and dodged with all his might. However, the saber light was too fast. In a flash, blood appeared, and one of his arms fell off. "Old ancestor, save me!" The Taiyu Saint roared, and a jade talisman on his chest suddenly exploded. A shadow immediately appeared in the void, and a terrifying pressure exploded from the figure. A wave of energy that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out from the figure. It was a black-robed old man. He was tall and mighty, and his angry glare was enough to frighten one's soul. The little fatty is going to be in trouble. Guling frowned when he saw this scene from afar. These guys from the primordial world really had many life-saving methods. They even had an incarnation that was almost at the extreme Tao level. Only an extreme Tao Supreme could have such a powerful incarnation. It should be known that the combat power of an incarnation could not be stronger than the original body. The combat power of an extreme Tao Supreme's incarnation could only be infinitely close to that of an extreme Tao Supreme. An incarnation of an extreme Tao Supreme could not possibly be an extreme Tao Supreme as well. "Little guy, how dare you injure our godson? How dare you?" As soon as the old man appeared, the entire void seemed to freeze. Endless law power spread out from his body and enveloped the entire place. The little fatty also became nervous. He could feel a dangerous aura from the incarnation. "Ancestor, kill him!" The Taiyu Saint roared. At this moment, half of his body was dyed red with blood. One of his arms had been cut off by the sky blade, and he could not reattach it. This made him hate the little fatty to the core. Then kill him," the incarnation said as he directly attacked the little fatty with a palm. Rumble! The entire world shook. The incarnation's attack had shaken the world. What? The little fatty was finally moved. He wanted to dodge, but in the next moment he realized that he could not even move a finger. He had been imprisoned by a powerful force. He could only watch as the other party's huge palm slammed down on his head. "How dare you? You're bullying the weak." The little fatty shouted in his heart. He could not even speak now. Roar! The little fatty desperately used his mystic art. A layer of divine light immediately surged from his body. In the next moment he could move again. Boom! At the same time, the huge hand came crashing down, slapping little fatty down from the sky and into the ground. This, the Taiyu Saint and the others were surprised and overjoyed. This guy is still not dead? The Taiyu Saint and the others were extremely pleased. The godsons and saintesses of large sects and sacred grounds all had some trump cards. Of course, they would not use these trump cards unless they had no other choice. Gu Xiaofeng, Guling's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, she disappeared into the void. When she reappeared, she was already in the valley and near the sacred hall. Roar! A deep roar came from the ground. Then the ground exploded and dust rose into the sky. A figure rushed out from the ground and a powerful aura exploded from the figure. The little fatty was not killed by the incarnation's palm. "Old man, you think you can kill me with just a mere incarnation? What a joke!" The little fatty said as he patted the dust off his body. "Sister, you." At this time, Qin Yao came to Guling's side. "Uncle Master." As soon as the little fatty saw Guling, he immediately ran over, tidied up his clothes, and gave Guling a formal bow. The Taiyu Saint and the others were shocked to see the insufferably arrogant little fatty bowing to a masked woman. This woman was the damn fatty's Uncle Master? If the Uncle Master was already so powerful, wouldn't this Uncle Master be even more powerful? Where's your father? Gu Ling asked. Father didn't come. He went to see the Grand Master. Gu Xiaofeng said carefully. Oh, then continue. Gu Ling glanced at the incarnation and said, Uncle Master, I want to borrow something from you. Gu Xiaofeng said. What is it? Gu Ling was curious. Nothing much. Just your Emperor's divine Jian. Gu Xiaofeng smiled. Chapter 4440. Gu Xiaofeng wasn't as honest as his father. He'd been full of tricks since he was young, and his personality was somewhat similar to that of the old turtle, the demon lord of the heaven realm. He didn't want to reveal his true strength too early, because it was his trump card. Therefore, he naturally thought of the human Emperor Divine weapon that Uncle Master Gu Ling possessed. The human Emperor Divine mace was a protective Dao tool that Gu Fei had given to Gu Ling. In Gu Ling's hands, this human Emperor Divine weapon could unleash an attack of the Supreme Emperor level. There didn't seem to be any power of heavenly punishment in this world of the Immortal Mansion. This was definitely a great thing for the Supreme Emperor level cultivators. However, using the power of the Supreme Emperor here could very well destroy the world of the Immortal Mansion. No one knew the ins and outs of this world of the Immortal Mansion, so they wouldn't act rashly. It should be known that these supreme existences who stood at the peak of the myriad realms were all extremely shrewd. You deserve to die. The Taiwa divine child was both shocked and angry. These guys dared to ignore him. That's right. These pieces of trash shouldn't live in this world. The old man looked coldly at Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Ling. In his eyes, creatures from the lower realm, no matter how strong they were just ants. Ha, is that so? Then let me, an ant, have a taste of what you so-called big shots have to offer. Gu Xiaofeng gripped the Emperor Divine Mace and stepped forward in the void. A powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the void around him to distort. Little guy, you really don't know what's good for you. As the old man spoke, he pointed with his finger, and a beam of divine light shot out from his fingertip, piercing through Gu Xiaofeng. Humph. Gu Xiaofeng sneered and waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand to disperse the divine light. Then he swung the mace at the old man. What he couldn't stand the most were these people who thought they were high and mighty. He didn't use any magic or battle techniques, but Gu Xiaofeng's attack caused the surrounding void to crack. The old man seemed a little surprised. He then threw a punch at the Emperor Divine Mace. In the next moment, the old man was sent flying, and his entire right arm exploded into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. What? The Taiyu Divine Son, the other Divine Son, and the Saintess were shocked when they saw this. The Taiyu Divine Son's patriarch was an incarnation that was infinitely close to the extreme grade. How could his arm be destroyed by this damn fatty? Whoosh! Gu Xiaofeng took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up and swung his truncheon again. The old man was shocked. Bam! The old man's entire body exploded from Gu Xiaofeng's attack. How? How is this possible? Taiyu Divine Child was stunned by the scene in front of him. His ancestor's incarnation was destroyed by this fatty. That was his trump card. Run! The other Divine Prince and the Saintess immediately turned around and rushed out of the valley. Do you think you can escape? At that moment, a figure with dazzling golden light came from afar. 2 golden divine wings spread out from the person's back. The man flapped his wings, and beams of golden light turned into shocking sword rainbows, slashing at the Divine Prince and the Saintess in an overwhelming manner. All the metal elemental power in the world seemed to be attracted by the figure, and the sharp metal chi filled every inch of the void. Infinite heavenly fire! The Divine Prince was both shocked and furious. He let out a roar, and a ball of divine fire immediately burst out of his body, burning the void to the point where it was annihilated. The peerless sword light that came slashing down one after another was blocked. The void around the divine sun formed a powerful domain. The golden sword lights were shattered when they hit the domain, turning into countless beams of golden light that dissipated in the void. At the same time, the Saintess opened an umbrella of chaos. The sword lights that were slashing at him were blocked by a ball of chaotic divine light that exploded from the umbrella of chaos. The chaotic aura was vast and mighty. The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were quite capable. It should be pointed out that only fierce dragons dared to cross the river. Since they dared to enter the divine mansion world, they had to have something to rely on. Humph! The newcomer sneered. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and a golden spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the cultivator took a step forward and appeared in front of the divine sun in an instant. The next moment, the spear in his hand had already pierced into the divine sun's domain. The spear had pierced through the divine sun's chest and lifted him up. Roar! The divine sun roared ferociously, grabbing the spear tightly with both hands. Die! The man's hand that was holding the spear shook. Bam! The divine sun was directly turned into a bloody mist by the power that erupted from the spear. His body and soul were both destroyed. The saintess next to him was scared out of her wits. She immediately used the chaotic umbrella to protect herself, broke through the void, and went far away in an instant. Just at this moment, a gigantic hand grabbed out at that holy girl. With a single grab, the holy girl was crushed into pieces. Even the primal chaos umbrella was shattered into pieces. At that moment, only the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm, the Taiyu divine son, the chaotic child, and the heaven equal sex divine son, Chi Hao, were still alive. On the other side of the valley, the chaotic child and Jiang Yichen were engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was extremely fierce and terrifying. The shock waves spread out, causing the surrounding void to crack continuously. The two cultivators were covered in blood, especially the chaotic child. There was a bloody hole in his chest that was still oozing blood. There were even a few scratches on his shoulder that revealed his bones. Jiang Yichen was also injured. However, his injuries were much lighter than Han Zhuan's. Humph, you're only SOO. How dare you ignore everything and treat us like ants? What a joke! Jiang Yichen said disdainfully as he attacked. The chaotic child, was shocked and angry. He had never imagined that the living beings of this backward world would be so powerful. This was completely beyond his expectations. What? If this is all you've got, I'll send you on your way. The corners of Jiang Yichen's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. You, Chaos Child sneered. His body shook and a violent force erupted from his body. Chaotic chi filled the air and enveloped a part of the void. The chaotic chi quickly condensed and a large chaotic hand appeared in the void. It slapped at Jiang Yichen. Boom! Boom! The large chaotic hand shook the heavens and the earth and enveloped Jiang Yichen. Heavenly eye open! Jiang Yichen roared. In the next moment, a dazzling divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. With a flash of divine light, the huge chaotic hand that was grabbing down from the sky was split in half. After the divine light broke the large chaotic hand, it continued to pierce through the chaotic child. The chaotic child abruptly retreated. At that moment, in another place, Yi Lingtian and Chi Hao were fighting to the point where the void collapsed. The sun and moon lost their light, and the entire valley was shaking. Only the area covered by the stone golem killing formation was unaffected by any power. The 9 stone golems stood quietly in the killing formation, motionless. However, once someone broke into the range of the killing formation, the 9 stone golems would attack immediately and kill the intruder. Within the killing formation, blood mist filled the air and corpses littered the ground. It was definitely not an easy task to obtain the Hongmeng Qi in the temple within the killing formation. Of course, the Hongmeng Qi was extremely precious and it was worth risking one's life for. However, everyone only had one life. If they died, everything would be over. However, once they obtained the Hongmeng Qi, they would soar into the sky and have the opportunity to break through to the extreme grade. The extreme grade supremacy was an existence that stood at the peak of the universe. Boom! Yi Lingtian's divine sun fist crushed the void. Every punch created a huge hole in the void. It was extremely powerful. Even Qi Hao did not dare to take a punch from him head-on. Qi Hao was also impressive. He moved quickly like a phantom, searching for Yi Lingtian's flaws. However, the divine sun fist was a perfect battle skill without any flaws. It was not difficult to break through this battle skill as long as Qi Hao had overwhelming power. Using fist to break fist and force to break force was the simplest and most direct method. However, it was a pity that Qi Hao did not have the so-called overwhelming power before Yi Lingtian. Therefore, if he did not use his trump card, Qi Hao could not defeat Yi Lingtian at all. Good, very good. Lowly lower realm creature, you should be proud that you forced me to use my trump card, Qi Hao said through gritted teeth as he attacked. Haha, show me what you've got. Yi Lingtian laughed. Although the guy from the primordial realm was strong, he was still weaker than Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian was very curious about his trump card. Just as Yi Lingtian forced Qi Hao to use his trump card, Taiyu Divine Child met a tragic end. Gu Xiaofeng's divine mace smashed his head. Taiyu Divine Child's body spun twice on the spot before he fell to the ground and fainted. Gu Xiaofeng walked forward and robbed Taiyu Divine Child. Then he grabbed him and threw him into the stoneman killing formation. Don't! Save me! Taiyu Divine Child, who had fallen into the stoneman killing array, immediately woke up. When he looked around, his face turned pale. He had personally witnessed many experts who were not much weaker than him being killed by the 9 stonemen in the killing array. Taiyu Divine Child hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out of the formation. However, a stone golem had already appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Heavy footsteps came from all directions. Needless to say, the other stone men were coming to surround him. Get out of my way! Chapter 44-41. The Taiyu Divine Child was the current divine child of the Taiyu Sacred Ground. He was the number 1 of the younger generation in the Taiyu Sacred Ground. He had only cultivated for 1,000 years, but he was already a peak quasi-supreme. Although his cultivation speed was not unprecedented in the Taiyu Sacred Ground, it was still shocking. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the Taiyu Sacred Ground was one of the best cultivation sacred grounds in the Taiyu Sacred Ground. The cultivation resources in the Taiyu Sacred Ground were terrifying. As the divine child of the Taiyu Sacred Ground, he naturally had the full support of the Taiyu Sacred Ground. Even he had an avatar of one of the patriarchs of the Taiyu Sacred Ground. The talisman used to store avatars was not easy to refine. The patriarch of the Taiyu Sacred Ground had used his avatar to protect the divine child. From this, one could see how important the divine child was in the Taiyu Sacred Ground. If the divine child of the Taiyu Sacred Ground died in the immortal abode, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. But so what? Gu Xiaofeng didn't care about all of this at all. If he wanted to kill, then he would kill, and he would do as he pleased. If he was entangled by all sorts of complicated matters and was afraid of the consequences, then he was bound to be unable to become a supreme expert, and it was impossible for him to stand at the peak of the myriad of worlds in the universe. Gu Xiaofeng directly threw Taiyu Godchild into the killing array outside the temple. The divine child of the Taiyu Sacred Ground no longer had the arrogance of a divine child of one of the best cultivation sacred grounds in the Taiyu Sacred Ground. One had to know that this killing formation had killed quite a few quasi-supreme being existences. Even chaotic child and divine child Qi Hao did not dare to barge into this killing array. The cultivation of chaotic child and divine child Qi Hao was above the divine child of the Taiyu sacred ground. The chaotic battle god palace and the heaven equal sect were no weaker than the Taiyu sacred ground. One had to know that the heaven equal sect was known as the heaven equal sect. The heaven equal sect was stronger than the Taiyu sacred ground. Qi Hao's cultivation and combat power were much stronger than the Taiyu sacred ground. Quasi-supremes were also divided into different levels. Even among peak quasi-supremes, there were strong and weak ones. Divine powers, cultivation methods, physique, battle skills, and so on were enough to determine a person's strength. A peak quasi-supremes who cultivated a superior cultivation method were definitely stronger than a peak quasi-supremes who cultivated a medium cultivation method. In any world, in any heaven and earth, the weak were just ants. Only the strong could obtain everything and control everything. Now, Taiyu Godchild's intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have come here to fight for the great fortune of the immortal abode. He shouldn't have looked down on these ants from the lower world. However, it was too late now. Boom! A stone man strode over and threw a punch at Taiyu Divine Child, sending him flying. He coughed up blood continuously. Bam! Another golem rushed forward and kicked Taiyu Divine Child into the sky like a ball. Who? A stone man soared into the sky and caught up with Taiyu Divine Child in an instant. Then he stomped on the ground. Bam! Taiyu Divine Child was stomped down from the sky by the stone golem. He fell from the sky like a meteor to the ground. I can't accept it. Taiyu Godchild's body was nearly smashed by the attacks. Even with his protective Tao treasure, he could not block the attacks. The stone men were just too strong. Taiyu Godchild was shocked. The shrine's protective killing array was definitely at the Supreme Being level. Be it the stone golem or the array, only an extreme grade Supreme Being could use such a method. After all, the 9 stone giants within the killing formation were all refined from chaotic calamity lightning rock, and every single one of them was an existence akin to a peerless ancestor of lightning. Every single move they made carried vast destructive energy that seemed capable of destroying everything. Taiyu Divine Child did not want to die. However, it was no longer up to him to decide. Boom! Before he could land on the ground, another stone golem rushed over and punched Taiyu Divine Child's body. The violent power of the thunder tribulation exploded and dazzling lightning tore through the void. Several balls of divine light emerged from the Taiyu Divine Child's body. The last few protective Tao treasures shattered. In the next moment, his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Dead. Gu Xiaofeng chuckled at the sight. Is he really dead? Guling and Qin Yao were puzzled. Given Taiyu Divine Child's cultivation, he could not even last a dozen breaths in the killing formation. The mist of blood dissipated and Taiyu Divine Child disappeared completely. However, just when Gu Xiaofeng thought that Taiyu Divine Child was dead for sure, a figure appeared in the void without any warning. Rumble, the power of the killing formation was released. Dazzling chaotic lightning began to appear on the 9 stone men. It was as if the 9 great chaotic supreme beings were awakening. Death Substitution Talisman. Gu Xiaofeng stared at Taiyu Divine Child in the middle of the formation. His eyes narrowed. He knew very well how precious such talismans were. They could be used as a substitute for death. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Such talismans were rare even in the heaven realm and human realm. However, they could be found in the ancestral realm. The materials needed to refine such talismans were hard to come by. Even if they were found, only an extreme supreme being could successfully refine them. Even Guling and Qin Yao were surprised that Taiyu Divine Child had a death substitution talisman with him. The 9 stone men charged at Taiyu Divine Child. Damn it! Taiyu Divine Child rushed out of the killing array. The 9 stone golems were too terrifying. Once he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. However, the strength of the 9 stone men far exceeded his imagination. A single punch turned Taiyu Divine Child into a mist of blood again. In the next moment, Taiyu Divine Child appeared at the edge of the killing formation. He used the Death Substitution Talisman again. If he hadn't used the Death Substitution Talisman, he would have been obliterated by the stone golem long ago. Just as Taiyu Divine Child was about to rush out of the killing formation, a mace smashed into his head and sent him flying back. "You!" Taiyu Divine Child was enraged. He was so close to escaping, but was sent flying back. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Uft! Before the Taiyu Divine Child could react, a fist pierced through his chest. This Taiyu Divine Child looked at the fist that pierced through his chest in shock. Bam! Taiyu Divine Child shrieked in pain as his entire body shattered. "Still not dead yet," Gu Xiaofeng said proudly. "Not necessarily." Gu Ling shook his head. As expected, Taiyu Divine Child reappeared in the distance. Whoosh! This time, he directly crushed a special talisman, and a ball of divine light instantly enveloped him. Bam! A stone man rushed over and punched the ball of divine light on Taiyu Divine Child's body. "How dare you force me to use this talisman?" Taiyu Divine Child felt his heart ache. The stone man's punch was powerful enough to destroy an ancient divine mountain. However, he didn't move an inch when it came into contact with the ball of divine light around Taiyu Divine Child. This is... Gu Ling's eyes lit up when he saw this. "Extreme Tao protection?" Qin Yao exclaimed. This Taiyu Divine Child had such a treasure with him. The extreme Tao protection was also a type of talisman. However, it was much harder to make than the Death Substitution Talisman because it was the power of the extreme Tao. Even an ordinary extreme supremacy would not be able to seal the power of the extreme Tao in a talisman. Only supremacy above the intermediate level of the extreme Tao could use such a technique. There must be more than one extreme supremacy behind this fella's back. But so what? Gu Ling and Qin Yao didn't think much of it. Whoosh! Taiyu Divine Child charged out of the killing formation. Boom! Bam! One stone man after another attacked him. In an instant, he was punched 13 times and kicked 11 times. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died many times over. However, the 13 punches and 11 kicks still couldn't move the ball of divine light around Taiyu Divine Child. The killing formation's power continued to increase. When Gu Ling saw this, she could not help but be moved. This killing formation was very powerful. Even if she made a move, she would only have a 30 to 40% chance of passing through it. Taiyu Divine Child had already charged out of the killing formation. "Damned fatty, you deserve to die." Taiyu Divine Child was enraged. He had used all his trump cards, and the one who caused this was the fatty in front of him. My Death Substitution Talisman and the Extreme Tao Protection Talisman. Taiyu Divine Child's heart was bleeding. He had used all his trump cards. Even if he returned to the Taiyu sacred ground, he would still be punished by his master. Die. Gu Xiaofeng didn't want to waste time with this fella. He charged at Taiyu Divine Child and smashed the divine light of Taiyu Divine Child with the Emperor's divine mace. Buzz! The divine light of Taiyu Divine Child shook violently. In the next moment, Gu Xiaofeng felt a powerful force coming from the Emperor's divine mace. After that, he was blasted away, and the mortal Emperor Divine mace in his hand was almost knocked out of his grasp. Blood seeped out of Gu Xiaofeng's hand that was holding the Emperor's divine mace. Humph! Gu Xiaofeng glared at Taiyu Divine Child. The Extreme Tao Protection Talisman cannot be broken. Qin Yao shook her head. This power had already surpassed the power of the Extreme Tao. No one could break the Extreme Tao Protection Talisman unless they were an Extreme Supreme. The Immortal Mansion world was a different world. There was no power of heavenly punishment here. Haha, you want to kill me? Damned fatty, do you have what it takes? Taiyu Divine Child laughed maniacally. This, Gu Xiaofeng was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect Taiyu, divine child, to have such a move. The extreme Tao protection talisman was made by an extreme supreme. A quasi-supreme would never be able to break it unless Gu Xiaofeng could awaken the Emperor's divine mace. However, it was impossible for him to awaken the Emperor's divine mace. Clang! Suddenly, a sword chime was heard. In the next moment, a sword light flashed past. Taiyu, divine child's laughter suddenly stopped. The layer of divine light around him was split in half, and a line of blood appeared on his forehead. He can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't. Guling said indifferently, I can't accept this. Taiyu, divine child's divine will dissipate it in the void. In the next moment, his body was split in half and fell to the ground, breaking the extreme Tao with one sword. Chapter 44-42. Guling's slash directly broke through the divine child's protective power and split him in half. Even his Yuanshin was annihilated by the slash before it could escape. The experts watching the battle from afar were shocked. They did not even see how Guling had attacked. Guling's attack was too fast. It was so fast that even the Taiyu divine child had died before he could react. Uncle Master! Gu Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. He knew very well how powerful the Taiyu divine child's extreme defense was. Not even the Emperor's divine mace could break through it. However, Guling had destroyed such a powerful defense with a single attack. The power of Guling's attack was too terrifying. Junior sister! Qin Yao looked at Guling in shock. She could not help but be moved. Guling's attack was too shocking. Even she would not be able to dodge it. Of course, as the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao's life-saving techniques were much stronger than the Taiyu divine child's. It would not be easy for Guling to defeat her. The battle between Jiang Yichen and the chaotic child had reached its final stage. Rumble! Endless chaotic energy erupted from the chaotic child's body. Every strand of chaotic energy was heavier than a mountain and could destroy everything. This was the power of chaos. The chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace possessed the chaotic Taoist body and was naturally close to the power of chaos. With a wave of his hand, streaks of chaotic lightning shot towards Jiang Yichen. The chaotic lightning tore through the void. Jiang Yichen snorted coldly. He immediately opened up a space and blocked all the chaotic lightning outside of this space. Whoosh! At the same time, a beam of divine light shot out from between Jiang Yichen's eyebrows and pierced through the chaotic child. The speed of this divine light was extremely fast. It directly broke through the layers of chaotic aura and pierced through the body of the son of chaos, bringing out a cloud of blood mist. That was chaotic blood. Every drop was filled with chaotic energy. Roar! The chaotic child roared and retreated. However, Jiang Yichen chased after him like a shadow. I will send you on your way. Jiang Yichen put his hands together and slashed at the son of chaos. Dazzling saber light burst from his hands, as if he was going to split heaven and earth in half. Kill! Chaos Child roared madly and attacked immediately. Chaotic energy erupted from his body, and a huge shadow rushed out of his body to meet the saber light that was slashing down. However, the saber light was unstoppable. It directly split the figure that had rushed out of Chaos Child's body in half, and it dissipated into the void. What? The Chaos Child was extremely shocked. This fellow was still holding back his strength? Without thinking, he dodged to the side. However, this saber light was extremely fast. In a flash, blood appeared, and the left half of Chaos Child's body was chopped off. This saber strike was incredibly powerful and contained terrifying power. The saber chi directly invaded the Chaos Child's body, destroying his life force. In an instant, Chaos Child seemed to have aged a few hundred years. He looked extremely exhausted, and the aura on his body became very weak. Jiang Yichen's saber strike almost caused Chaos Child to fall from the quasi-supreme level to the Holy Venerate level. What kind of saber is this? Chaos Child's hair turned white, and he looked a little old. His chi and blood were declining, as if he was getting old. This saber is called time. Jiang Yichen said calmly, "What a saber of time." Chaos Child's expression was extremely solemn. He did not expect Jiang Yichen to have mastered such a supreme power. He had cut off his own time with a saber strike. However, in the next moment, Chaos Child's chi and blood became vigorous again. His white hair instantly turned black, and his eyes shone with a dazzling divine light. Chaos Child's entire body became stronger again. The chi and blood in his body were vast, and rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard. The aura that erupted from his body seemed to be even stronger than before. This, Jiang Yichen was shocked. What was wrong with this fellow? How could he recover so quickly after being struck by his saber of time? In fact, what Jiang Yichen did not know was that Chaos Child had just secretly integrated an item from his inner world into his body without anyone noticing. Even a guy like the Taiyu Divine Son had 3 death substitution talismans and 1 extreme Tao protection talisman. The chaotic god of War Palace, where Chaos Child was from, was even more powerful than the Taiyu sacred ground. The Chaos Child also had many trump cards. The divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world would not dare to come out if they did not have trump cards. Since he dared to come out, he must have a few trump cards to protect himself. You wasted one of my origin of chaos. Even if you die 10 times, it won't be enough. Chaos Child glared at Jiang Yichen and gritted his teeth. I did not expect you to have such a treasure. Jiang Yichen smiled faintly. He was the Jiang family's little supreme martial artist. There was a genuine human emperor patriarch in the family. Although the origin of chaos was a good thing, he had seen it before. Kill. Chaos Child's battle strength soared after integrating the origin of chaos into his body. He took a step forward and directly punched at Jiang Yichen. Rumble. Chaos Child's punch caused the entire world to shake. The punch shook the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. That's more like it. Jiang Yichen smiled. He used his fingernail to cut his right middle finger, and a drop of blood flew out. I'll let you see the real cut of time, Jiang Yichen said as he waved his right hand. The drop of blood immediately bloomed with endless blood light, and the whole world was illuminated with blood-red light. Blood-dripping divine blade cut time with 1 cut. Jiang Yichen used a drop of true blood to transform into a blood-red divine blade. The blade cut through the mighty and terrifying chaotic fist force and immediately cut into the Chaos Child's body. Roar! Chaos Child immediately roared when the blood blade entered his body. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of the mysterious experts watching the battle, his hair turned snow white, and his entire body aged rapidly. His skin became wrinkled, and his teeth fell out. He looked as if he had aged hundreds of thousands of years, and was about to die of old age. How is this possible? Chaos Child's voice also became extremely old. Boom! The void collapsed, and Chaos Child's inner world exploded. Countless divine objects flew out. He was so weak that he could no longer control his inner world. His entire body was blown into pieces, and half of his body had disappeared. Jiang Yichen did not stand on ceremony. He immediately kept all the treasures that flew out of Chaos Child's inner world into his own inner world. Chaos Child's inner world was extremely rich, and ordinary quasi-supremes would be jealous. However, no one dared to compete with Jiang Yichen for Chaos Child's things. Time to go. Jiang Yichen took a step forward and instantly arrived above Chaos Child. He then stomped his foot down. Bam! Chaos Child did not even have time to scream before he was crushed by Jiang Yichen's stomp. Even his primordial spirit was shattered and he was dead. After killing the son of chaos and destroying his inner world, Jiang Yichen had reaped a great harvest. However, an extreme Tao weapon had flown out of the void. Jiang Yichen was very surprised that there was a supreme Tao weapon in Chaos Child's inner world. However, he knew that it was not that easy to subdue a supreme Tao weapon. Outside the valley, someone tried to stop the supreme Tao treasure. However, in the next moment, the divine light formed by the supreme Tao treasure rushed over and directly blasted that person into a cloud of blood mist. He died instantly and his Tao vanished. The supreme Tao weapon transformed into a divine light and shot out of the immortal mansion world. Just as it was about to rush out of the immortal mansion world, a huge hand reached out from the immortal mansion world and grabbed the supreme Tao weapon. "Who dares touch my Tao weapon?" An old voice suddenly rang out from the extreme Tao treasure. Humph! A cold laugh came from the depths of the immortal mansion world. In the next moment, the large hand that grabbed the supreme Tao weapon exerted force and directly obliterated the brand within the supreme Tao weapon. The supreme Tao weapon was then dragged into the depths of the immortal mansion world. Roar! Just as the mysterious expert grabbed the supreme Tao weapon of Chaos Child, an angry roar came from a temple in the depths of the primal beginning realm that was shrouded in primal chaos chi. The entire primal chaos zone shook because of this angry roar. What's going on? Why is Supreme Elder Tsangmye so angry? In the primal chaos zone, countless disciples of the chaotic War Deity Palace were extremely shocked. Even some of the older experts of the chaotic War Deity Palace who were in seclusion walked out and looked at the temple. Swoosh! A terrifying figure dashed out of the divine hall and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Just as Supreme Elder Tsangmye left, an old man in primal chaos divine robes walked out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. This old man looked in the direction where Tsangmye had disappeared. In his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars were descending. It was a shocking sight. At this time, in the valley of the immortal mansion world, Jiang Yichen did not know that he had killed the son of chaos and provoked a terrifying existence. After killing the son of chaos, he opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows and scanned the killing formation in front of him. He wanted to find a way to break this killing formation. A flawless killing formation? Jiang Yichen was shocked. Under his eye of heaven, the entire killing formation appeared in his mind. Countless densely packed formation patterns formed the killing formation and filled the void in front of him. He could not find any flaws. A killing formation without flaws was a flawless killing formation. Only when one cultivated the great path to the great perfection realm, which was the extreme grade realm, could one set up a flawless killing formation. A flawless formation? Gu Ling walked over. "Greetings, Brother Gu." Jiang Yichen hurriedly clasped his hands at Gu Ling. Gu Ling was Gu Fei's daughter. He did not dare to slight her. It should be known that Gu Fei was friends with the patriarch of the Renhuang family. Gu Fei had a good relationship with the Jiang family, especially with Jiang Renhuang. To Gu Fei, Jiang Renhuang was both a teacher and a friend. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. Gu Ling looked at the killing formation of the stone men and said calmly. Chapter 44-43. Jiang Yichen killed the chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace. At this time, only Gu Ling, Qin Yao, Gu Xiaofeng, and Jiang Yichen were left in the depths of the valley. On the other side, Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Lingtian was from the ancestral realms Yi clan. The Yi clan was definitely one of the top forces in the primordial realm. The patriarch of the Yi clan was a supreme existence who had walked a different path to eternity. As the heir of the ancestral realms Yi clan, Yi Lingtian had the best cultivation resources. He was only half a step away from becoming an extreme grade supreme. However, he was stuck at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm and could not take that half a step. That was why he decided to travel the universe in search of an opportunity to break through to the extreme grade supreme. Otherwise, as one of the heirs of the Yi clan, he would not have appeared in the heaven realm. An ant will always be an ant. You want to become a dragon? Dream on. Qi Hao, the heaven equals sex divine child, was arrogant and looked down on everything. As he waved his hands, 10 rays of divine light turned into sword rainbows and slashed at Yi Lingtian. Each ray of sword light easily cut through the void as if it could destroy everything. Haha, I am a dragon. I don't need to become one. But you, who knows where you came from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Lingtian said coldly. He clasped his hands together, and yin-yang qi circulated between his hands. A Tai Chi yin-yang diagram immediately appeared in front of him. Buzz! The yin-yang Dao diagram shook and unexpectedly swallowed up the 10 sword lights that slashed towards it. Yin-yang Dao. Qi Hao was shocked. He did not expect this guy to cultivate the yin-yang Dao. It was one of the most difficult Dao to cultivate, even in the heaven realm. Only the yin-yang Great Emperor could cultivate the yin-yang Great Dao to the extreme. The yin-yang Emperor was the ancestor of the Qin clan. Qin Yao also cultivated the yin-yang Dao. She had the bloodline of her father, the yin-yang Emperor, and was naturally close to the yin-yang Dao. This made her cultivation speed much faster than ordinary people. However, the supreme bloodline of the yin-yang Emperor had become a huge obstacle for her to become an extreme supremacy. In fact, the descendants of extreme supremes faced the same problem. Whether it was Qin Yao, Old Tortoise, or even Yi Lingtian, it was much more difficult for them to become supremes compared to other quasi-supremes. However, once they succeeded, they would definitely become kings among supreme beings, almost unmatched in the same level. Of course, the problem was that Old Tortoise and the others had to succeed. If they didn't succeed, they would forever be stuck in the quasi-supreme being realm. It would be difficult for their cultivation to advance any further, and they might even face the danger of dying. The great Tao of Yin and Yang is nothing special. How can it compare to my limitless great Tao? Qi Hao said disdainfully. He extended his right hand, and a ball of divine light immediately emerged from his palm. Wherever this ball of divine light passed, the void was silently annihilated, obliterating everything and turning everything into nothingness. This is the limitless power. No matter what great Tao you have, in front of my limitless great Tao, it's all trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Qi Hao said proudly, Limitless? Limitless my ass. In an instant, Yi Lingtian's entire body merged with the yin-yang diagram in front of him. He and the diagram became one, transforming into the yin and yang of yin, and flew forward. Swoosh! The yin-yang diagram that Yi Lingtian transformed into broke through Qi Hao's limitless divine light. It flashed across his body and brought out traces of blood mist. The yin-yang diagram disappeared, and Yi Lingtian's figure appeared in the void. How is this possible? Qi Hao's entire body stiffened. A blood mark appeared from between his eyebrows and directly spread downwards. Then his entire body was split in half. In the next moment, Qi Hao's body that was split in half by the yin-yang diagram exploded and turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. However, the next moment, the blood mist instantly disappeared. In another place, a figure suddenly appeared there. This person was Qi Hao. Damn it, you actually made me waste a death substitution talisman? Qi Hao stared at Yi Lingtian, wishing he could tear this guy into pieces. The value of a death substitution talisman was too great. It was not that easy to refine a death substitution talisman. Even Qi Hao, as the current divine son of equal heaven sect, did not have many death substitution talismans on him. One used meant one less. This was a life-saving death substitution talisman. Having a death substitution talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. Death substitution talisman? I want to see how many death substitution talismans you have to die for you. Yi Lingtian sneered. This kind of Tao talisman was not particularly rare in the ancestral realm. In the ancestral realm, there were tens of thousands of clans and countless experts. Extreme supremes were everywhere. There were many extreme supremes who could refine death substitution talismans. Buzz! Yi Lingtian transformed into the yin-yang diagram again and directly slashed at Qi Hao. The yin-yang diagram was too fast. It seemed to surpass everything. Even someone as strong as Qi Hao, the current divine son of equal heaven sect, could not avoid it. As soon as he thought of avoiding it, his entire body was directly split in half by the yin-yang diagram. How is this possible? Qi Hao was shocked to the extreme. Even though he had mastered the limitless Tao, it was still difficult to resolve Yi Lingtian's attack. The creatures of the lower realm had actually cultivated such a heaven-defying divine power. It was too frightening. Even in the primordial realm, this guy was probably almost invincible among the quasi-supremes. Qi Hao had to admit that Yi Lingtian's cultivation and battle prowess were not weaker than his. The yin-yang Tao that he had cultivated was also enough to compete with his limitless Tao. Originally, the Heaven Equals Sex Limitless Secret Manual was a supreme cultivation method. When cultivated to the extreme, one could achieve great success in the limitless Tao and become an existence comparable to the extreme supremes. However, Qi Hao was still a bit away from cultivating the limitless secret manual to the extreme. This directly led to him being suppressed by Yi Lingtian. Qi Hao appeared in the void nearby again. With the help of the death substitution talisman, he once again escaped death. Roar! Qi Hao roared. He used another death substitution talisman. He did not have many death substitution talismans on him. If he broke the opponent's divine power again, he would have to run away. If he was forced to flee by a creature of the lower realm, it would definitely be a great humiliation for Qi Hao. When the yin-yang diagram that Yi Lingtian transformed into slashed again, Qi Hao's body had already emerged with a total of 13 layers of divine light. This was the strongest defensive power he had used after escaping a fatal blow with the help of the death substitution talisman. However, under the yin-yang diagram, the 13 layers of defensive divine light on Qi Hao's body were like 13 pieces of paper, easily torn apart. The yin-yang diagram directly slashed Qi Hao's body again. Chapter 4444. Qi Hao was extremely depressed. He was slashed by Yi Lingtian, an ant from the lower realm, 3 times in a row. That was 3 death substitution talismans. Without the death substitution talismans, he would have died 3 times. To Qi Hao, this was simply unimaginable. After all, even in the grand beginning realm, no one could truly threaten his life. But now, this guy displayed a supreme divine ability that was enough to kill him. Qi Hao was shocked and angry. The 13 defensive Tao artifacts on his body were directly broken by the yin-yang diagram. How was this possible? Could it be that the divine ability of the opponent could break through everything? Limitless void. Qi Hao roared and used his trump card. A mass of limitless divine light immediately erupted from his body and enveloped him. At the same time, Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram slashed again. Its speed was still extremely fast. As long as the diagram was activated, Qi Hao could not avoid it at all. Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram directly slashed into the mass of limitless divine light outside Qi Hao's body. However, this time, the yin-yang diagram encountered great resistance. Roar! Qi Hao did his best, desperately urging the limitless force. Endless Tao patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted in the void, blocking Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram. Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram was still slashing towards Qi Hao, but its speed had slowed down. How is this possible? Qi Hao attacked with all his strength. His blood and qi were vast and mighty, and there was a strange sound like thunder coming from his body. Under his full strength, his face also became extremely ferocious. At this time, the battle between Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao had also alarmed Guling and the others. Especially Qi Niao, she also cultivated the yin-yang Tao and had almost cultivated it to the extreme. Yi Lingtian's body had something that resonated with her. Limitless force against yin-yang. This is a bit interesting, Guling said indifferently. For her, what heaven-defying physique, what heaven-defying Tao. It was not as good as the sword in her hand. It was not as good as her Tao. Her father, Gu Fei, was an ordinary warrior. He cultivated all the way to the extreme grade realm and even achieved eternity in the ancestral realm. Whether it was one's physique or cultivation technique, it couldn't decide who could become an extreme Tao sovereign. In order to become an extreme Tao sovereign, one had to rely on oneself in the end. Since ancient times, there have been countless monstrous existences, but only a few of them managed to become extreme supremes. Is that limitless sword god? Qi Niao was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen an existence that cultivated the limitless Tao. One had to know that the limitless Tao was one of the most powerful, great Taos of the heavens and earth. This fellow from the primal beginning realm actually cultivated the limitless way. The sect behind him was definitely impressive. To be able to cultivate the limitless Tao to almost the extreme realm, the sect behind Qi how absolutely grasped a supreme technique of the limitless Tao. The supreme technique of the Qin clan that Qi Niao belonged to was the Yin-Yang heavenly art. Without this heavenly art, even if Qi Niao possessed her father's bloodline, she would definitely not be able to cultivate the grand Tao of Yin-Yang to such a level. Martial uncle, who do you think will win? Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng laughed. Yi Lingtian. Gu Ling said directly. In fact, she could see the actual situation of these two people at a glance. Yi Lingtian came from the Yi clan of the ancestral realm. Although the heaven equals sex divine child Qi how was strong, he was still lacking compared to Yi Lingtian. This guy, Qi Niao looked at the yin-yang Tao diagram that Yi Lingtian had transformed with incomparable shock. This kind of divine ability that transformed one's body into a Tao diagram was not something that anyone could use. Even she could not use it. Rumble, the limitless void around Qi Hao's body shook. The yin-yang Tao diagram that Yi Lingtian had transformed into a still pressing towards Qi Hao bit by bit. The yin-yang power that the yin-yang Tao diagram emitted was getting stronger and stronger. Impossible, this is impossible. Qi Hao was almost going crazy. His long hair was dancing wildly. Even if he attacked with all his strength, even if he used all his strength, he still could not block his opponent's divine ability? Damned ant, how can you do this? Qi Hao had no choice but to use his final trump card. The space between his eyebrows suddenly split open, and an extremely bright divine light came out from his eyebrows. It was countless times brighter than the stars in the sky. A terrifying aura that made heaven and earth tremble emanated from his body. Extreme Tao, Gu Ling was taken aback. This Qi Hao was using the power of the extreme Tao. He has an extreme Tao artifact on him. Little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng said with some surprise. At this time, something on Qi Niao's body seemed to shake, showing signs of awakening. Is it really an extreme Tao artifact? Qi Niao's expression became solemn. Boom! In the next moment, endless divine light of the extreme Tao rushed out from Qi Hao's eyebrows, illuminating heaven and earth. At this moment, all the living beings in the entire immortal mansion world were terrified. Extreme Tao force! In a valley where blood light soared to the sky, a black-clothed, middle-aged warrior holding a blood-dripping spear walked out of the valley step by step. The blood of a supreme being still flowed on the spear in his hand. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. The spear in his hand was even more ferocious, and even the surrounding blood mist was dispersed. The tip of the spear flowed with the blood of a supreme being. This was the result of the black-clothed warrior. Outside the valley, there were many experts watching. But as soon as they saw the black-clothed warrior walk out, they all dispersed in an uproar. Who is this guy? His murderous aura is shocking. He doesn't recognize him? That's the #1 warrior under Gu Fei, Di Jiutian. Ah, that's the legendary Di Jiutian. Some people were extremely shocked. Interesting. Some people can't sit still anymore, Di Jiutian said with some surprise in the direction of the aura. There was no power of heavenly punishment in the immortal mansion world, but it was definitely not a good place. It was extremely dangerous, and even Di Jiutian couldn't see through it. There were some places that even Di Jiutian wasn't willing to set foot in easily. There's that kind of invincible power here, Di Jiutian muttered. I didn't expect her to come as well. He could sense Gu Ling's aura, but he didn't pay any attention to her. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. No one could see where he had gone. This Di Jiutian is indeed terrifying. Several incredibly powerful figures walked out from outside the valley. That's a peerless god of death. If you encounter him, run as far as you can. An expert shook his head and sighed. Di Jiutian couldn't be defeated, especially in this immortal mansion world. He was an invincible supremacy, and when he was angry, the heavens and earth could collapse. A single spear of his could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 44-45. In a valley on the outskirts of the immortal mansion world, the power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The entire valley was shaking violently. Countless ancient runes appeared between heaven and earth, firmly stabilizing the area. Under the impact of the power of the extreme path, although the area seemed like it could collapse at any time, in the end, there was no real scene of destruction. The terrifying power of the extreme path was vast and mighty in all directions. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. The sudden explosion of the power of the extreme path alarmed the big shots who had entered the immortal mansion world. All the creatures sensed the mighty waves coming from the valley. That madman is using power of this level here. Some people were very unhappy. It should be known that this immortal mansion world was very extraordinary. There was a terrifying power that made even the hearts of extreme path supremes tremble. The inheritance of the immortal mansion world was absolutely earth-shattering. Even a supreme expert like Di Jiutian was somewhat moved. He thought that the ultimate power he had been searching for was here. Some experts originally appeared around the valley, but at this time they all chose to retreat. In the valley, Chi Hao gritted his teeth and used his last resort. His brow split open, and an extreme path Tao artifact appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Lowly ant of the lower realm, you should be proud to die under my sect's supreme Tao artifact. Chi Hao activated the extreme path Tao artifact with all his might. Under the impact of the extreme Tao's power, the surrounding void rippled like water. Ha! Yi Lingtian laughed. At this time, the yin-yang Tao diagram disappeared, and his figure appeared in the void. Facing the power of the extreme path, he was unexpectedly calm. At this time, a hazy light emitted from Gu Ling's body. This light was not very bright, but it blocked the mighty extreme path Tao artifact and protected Qin Yao, the little fatty, and the others around her. And on Jiang Yichen's body, there was also a surge of divine light, blocking the extreme path Tao artifact. Buzz! Under the impact of the extreme path power, the stone golem killing formation also activated. The 9 stone golems seemed to come to life, and each of them had a trace of the extreme path aura. Die! Chi Hao roared. The ball of extreme path Tao divine light immediately flew up from his brow, transforming into a sun that shot towards Yi Lingtian. This sun crushed and destroyed everything it passed. It seemed to be able to break heaven and earth with one blow, turning the world upside down. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Lingtian sneered. In the next moment, a huge seal rushed out from his body. Endless yin and yang energy burst out from the seal. Boom! The yin-yang seal immediately expanded, as if a primordial divine mountain had suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth, directly shattering the void between the heavens and earth. A path Tao artifact! Gu Ling and the rest were taken aback. They did not expect Yi Lingtian to also have an extreme Tao weapon on him. As of the Yi, Yi Dao artifact of the Yi clan Yi clan, of the Yi clan Yi sect, of the Dao, of the path, Yi Qin, and the path Dao path of the power of Yi path, and was Ling An was, boom! With a loud bang, the yin yang seal directly collided with the extreme path Dao artifact that looked like a divine sun, erupting with endless divine light. Terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions. The void within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered. Everything was obliterated and turned into nothingness. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Even with the protection of the ancient Dao patterns, the immortal mansion world was still pierced through, and a massive spatial hole was blasted open. The remnant power swept down. An entire mountain valley was directly reduced to dust. Only the ancient temple remained intact under the protection of the stone golem killing formation. Even the extreme path power could not break the stone golem killing formation. What a powerful formation! Guling and the others could not help but be moved. At this time, the extreme Dao yin-yang seal flew away, and the extreme Dao treasure that looked like a divine sun was also sent flying. Qi Hao's body shook violently. He kept coughing up blood. If it were not for the protection of the Path Dao artifact, he would have been destroyed. Yi Lingtian was not feeling well either. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The blood in his body was boiling. A mouthful of hot blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. The divine child of the primordial beginning realm is just SOO. Yi Lingtian mocked. 10 suns to destroy the world. Qi Hao was enraged. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the sun-like, divine light floating above his head. The next moment, the divine light shook violently. Then, 10 dazzling divine lights appeared between heaven and earth. Each of the 10 divine lights emitted waves of extreme path power that were no weaker than the sun-like divine light. It was equivalent to 10 extreme path Dao artifacts, showing their power at the same time. Go! Qi Hao roared. The 10 wheels of divine light floating above his head immediately charged towards Yi Lingtian. This time, the 10 divine suns shrouded the entire world. The 10 suns descended from the sky, shattering the void and destroying everything. A large area of the void collapsed. You want to kill me? Yi Lingtian looked up at the 10 divine suns descending from the sky. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were many times brighter than the stars in the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, a seemingly ordinary piece of yellow paper flew out from his big sleeve. The yellow paper flew directly into the sky and met the divine suns descending from the sky. That is, Guling stared at the yellow paper that flew out of Yi Lingtian's sleeve. Her heart skipped a beat. Something on her body seemed to have some signs of resonance with the yellow paper. He's going to block the extreme path Dao artifact with a piece of yellow paper. Gu Xiaofeng, Qin Yao, and the others looked at this scene in shock. Is this guy crazy? Hurry up and use the extreme path Dao artifact, Gu Xiaofeng said in a low voice. However, at that moment, an unbelievable scene took place in front of Gu Ling and the others. The ordinary-looking yellow paper suddenly emitted an endless golden light. In the next moment, the 10 divine suns that descended from the sky and the golden light from the yellow paper dissipated in the void as if they had never appeared. The 10 suns disappeared. Under the illumination of the golden light shining from the yellow paper, a fist-sized crimson, divine pearl appeared in the air. Ancient young bead. Qi Hao was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. This was the supreme Dao artifact of heaven's equal sect in the primordial world. How could it be destroyed by a piece of yellow paper? Cracks appeared on the ancient yang bead, and then it directly collapsed in the void. An extreme path Dao artifact was destroyed just like that. W8. What? Qi Hao was stunned. This was the extreme path Dao artifact, the ancient yang bead, and it was destroyed just like that? That yellow paper! At this time, Guling no longer had any doubts. She did not expect Yi Lingtian to have such a supreme treasure on him. Although the yellow paper emitted endless golden light, there was not a trace of coercion. It was not earth-shattering like when an extreme path Tao artifact was activated. However, the power of the yellow paper made little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng, and the others dumbfounded. Even the extreme path Tao artifact was destroyed. Jiang Yichen's voice trembled. What kind of paper is that? It's so heaven-defying. Qin Yao stared at the golden yellow paper. She was also shocked to the extreme. She was a princess, and her father was the Yin-Yang Emperor. Even the Emperor Father could not destroy extreme path Tao artifact so easily in the past. Eternal, Guling said in a deep voice. Eternal. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was baffled. Only Yi Lingtian was a little surprised after hearing Guling's words. At this time, Qi Hao screamed and turned to escape. However, Yi Lingtian would not let him go. His body swayed and turned into a yin-yang Tao diagram, directly slashing at the escaping Qi Hao. Swoosh! The Tao diagram flashed past, and Qi Hao directly fell from the sky, dead. Yi Lingtian naturally searched Qi Hao's entire body and took away all of Qi Hao's belongings. The golden light emitted from the yellow paper gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Then, the yellow paper turned into dust with the wind and dissipated into the void. It's a pity. If you broke the array with the yellow paper just now, you could have obtained the fortune in the temple. Guling looked at Yi Lingtian and said, Haha, it's just a mass of primordial qi. In my eyes, it's not a big fortune. Yi Lingtian laughed. At this time, he also knew Guling's identity. Gu Fei's successor is indeed extraordinary. Yi Lingtian looked at Guling and said, Hee, I don't need you to tell me that. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng laughed. Do you still have that yellow paper? Guling suddenly asked Yi Lingtian. No, the great ancestor's decree is not that easy to obtain. Yi Lingtian shook his head and said, All right, let's see how to break the array. Jiang Yichen said, I won't keep you company. Everyone goodbye. Yi Lingtian put away the extreme yin-yang seal and bid farewell to everyone. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void in an instant. This guy, Qin Yao, was a little speechless. Yi Lingtian actually did not care about a mass of primordial qi. The Yi clan of the ancestral realm had such a strong foundation. Even the primordial qi could be ignored. At that moment, the terrifying divine aura of the extreme Tao disappeared, and the shattered void nearby quickly recovered. One after another, powerful figures began to appear in the vicinity. Some people rushed over from afar and barged into the Stoneman killing array. They were killed by the Stoneman killing array, and even their primordial spirits were destroyed. The Stoneman killing array was devouring all living beings that barged into it. Uncle Master, this, Gu Xiaofeng looked at Guling. With his cultivation and combat strength, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to break through the killing array outside the temple. The others also looked at Guling. Guling did not speak. She thought about it and walked into the killing array step by step. This, Chapter 44-46. In the periphery of the immortal mansion world, the valley with the great fortune had been razed to the ground. The shattered void was rapidly repairing itself, and the terrifying aura that made countless creatures tremble had also dissipated. Guling and the others were shocked that the ancient Yang Pearl, a supreme treasure, had been broken by a piece of yellow paper. Only Guling vaguely thought of something, and the way he looked at Yi Lingtian changed. A piece of yellow paper had broken a supreme treasure. This piece of yellow paper was no small matter. However, although that piece of yellow paper was powerful, it did not emit an earth-shattering power. Just as Yi Lingtian used a piece of yellow paper to break Qi Hao's supreme treasure, the ancient Yang Pearl, a roar came from the depths of the heaven equals sex ancestral land in the primordial world. This roar directly broke the peace of the heaven equals sex ancestral land. Countless experts of the heaven equals sect were alarmed. Soon, news spread that Grand Supreme Patriarch Qi Xiong had directly broken the seclusion ground and walked out. Then, someone saw Qi Hao's primordial spirit tablet placed in the heaven equal pavilion shatter. Once the primordial spirit tablet shattered, it meant that the person who left the tablet was dead. Not even his primordial spirit could escape. God Qi Hao is dead. An extremely shocking news spread in the Heaven Equal sect, and everyone was dumbfounded. No wonder Grand Supreme Patriarch Qi Xiong had come out of seclusion at this time. So that was why. Didn't God Qi Hao go to the Chaos Rift to compete with the divine sons and saintesses of other sects for the chaotic fortune? Did he actually die in the Chaos Rift? Who killed divine Prince Qi Hao? God Qi Hao is one of the 3 great divine sons of our Heaven Equal sect. The first divine son, Yuan Tai, once fought with Qi Hao for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he only won by 1 move. Someone can actually kill the second divine son of our sect? Everyone in the Heavens Equal sect was shocked to the extreme. Even the higher-ups of the Heavens Equal sect were furious. The godchild of the Heavens Equal sect was the future hope of the Heavens Equal sect. He was destined to shake the grand beginning realm. But now, such a heaven-defying divine son, Qi Hao, had died in the Chaos Rift. This made it difficult for the Heaven Equal sect to accept this fact. The news of Heaven Equal sect's divine son, Qi Hao's death, eventually spread. All the superforces in the primordial beginning realm were alarmed. It had to be known that the Heavens Equal sect was one of the superpowers of the grand beginning realm. It was definitely a colossus that ruled over endless territories and billions of lives. The ancestral land of the Equal Heaven sect was incomparably huge. It was a supreme holy land with experts as common as trees in a forest. The sect master of the Equal Heaven sect was one of the strongest existences in the grand beginning realm. Haha, this is going to be fun. In the primal beginning world, the other organizations watched on. The people of the Pingtian Empire and the chaotic war god palace took pleasure in their misfortune. However, very soon, the people of the Pingtian Empire and the chaotic war god palace could no longer laugh. This was because very soon, news of the sacred Prince Pingtian's death in the crack of chaos spread. Then the chaotic child of the chaotic god of war palace also died in the Chaos Rift. The news shocked the entire world. After all, the 2 organizations were both supreme organizations of the primordial world. The chaotic battle god palace and the Pingtian divine empire were existences no weaker than the Heavens Equal sect. Haha, do you think that place is so easy to enter? The god of the infinite heavenly sect laughed aloud. Yes, that's a legendary place. Since you dare to go there, you must be prepared to die there. An old ancestor of the primal beginning realm said this. The immortal's estate in the Chaos Rift was a great secret of the primal beginning realm. Apart from the supreme sects, imperishable sects, and the core members of the invincible divine dynasty, no one knew about it. There were great opportunities and great fortunes everywhere. However, opportunities and fortunes were not that easy to obtain. That place appears once every 100,000 years. Who knows how many geniuses and monstrous existences have died there? Someone said something like that. However, there were also people who obtained a great fortune there and soared into the sky. Some even became supreme sovereigns and established supreme sections. Of course, there were not many people who obtained a great fortune there. The various organizations of the primal beginning realm actually treated the Chaos Rift as a place of trial. However, the trial had only just begun, yet the divine sons and sacred princes of imperishable sects and dynasties had already died. This was definitely not a good thing. Damn it! How dare you kill the holy land of my divine dynasty? No matter who you are, you must die. An old voice rang out from the depths of the imperial capital of the Pingtian Empire. Very soon, an ancestor-level imperial clan member of the Pingtian Empire left the imperial capital. He set off for the chaotic crack with over a dozen powerful members of the imperial clan. Equal Heaven Sect's senior ancestor Qi Xiong also left the Equal Heaven Sect's ancestral ground. Qi Hao was the great-great-grandson of the Heaven's Equal Sect's supreme ancestor. Now that Qi Hao had died in the Chaos Immortal Abode, the supreme ancestor would naturally not let the matter rest. There was a commotion in the chaotic god of war palace as well. An ancient god of war was born, and his might reached the 9 heavens. As soon as he appeared, he roared at the sky, and countless stars in the sky exploded. It was extremely terrifying. With a roar, the Milky Way shattered. This was definitely a war god of extreme Tao. Apart from this extreme Tao war god, the other Grand Elder of the chaotic battle deity palace had also been dispatched. At this moment, an even more shocking piece of news spread through the primal beginning world. More than half of the divine sons and holy maidens of the various sects, clans, and empires had died. The various organizations had previously sealed off the news, but now so many divine sons and holy maidens had died in the sacred lands and imperishable sections. This was an earth-shattering matter. It was basically earth-shattering. The various sects and sacred lands could not seal off the news, even if they wanted to. What happened in the chaotic immortal abode? So many divine sons and holy maidens actually died. Did a great fortuitous encounter appear in the chaotic immortal abode? Did the divine sons and holy maidens fight it out and suffer heavy casualties? This news was just too shocking. It directly shook up the entire cultivation world of the primal beginning world. Countless people guessed, but no one could imagine that the beings of a lowly world in their eyes had killed the divine sons and holy maidens. At that moment, the major forces of the primordial beginning realm who had fallen in the chaos immortal abode all sent experts to the chaos rift. They wanted to find out what had happened. A patriarch of the Taiyu sacred ground also left. The Taiyu divine son was a genius the Taiyu sacred ground had nurtured with all its might. He had died just like that. The Taiyu sacred lord's heart was bleeding. He regretted letting the Taiyu divine son enter the chaotic immortal abode. However, it had already happened. There was no point in regretting. Just as the major forces of the primal beginning world sent experts to the chaotic crack, Guling and the others walked into the killing formation of the stone golems in the immortal abode world. She's going to break the formation by herself? Yi Lingtian couldn't help but feel incredulous as he watched Guling walk forward. He didn't actually leave. Instead, he hid himself in the distance. He was also very curious as to how Guling and the others would break the formation. Just as Guling stepped into the stone golem killing formation, a fist came smashing towards her face. Even an extreme grade supremacy would be injured if she was hit by it. However, just as the stone man's punch was about to land on Guling, a faint ball of divine light suddenly surged from Guling's body. The fist of the stone golem smashed into Guling's protective divine light and was sent flying by the recoil. What? Everyone outside the formation was dumbfounded. Even the divine princes from the primal beginning world couldn't block a single punch from the stone golem. But now, the terrifying stone golem in the killing formation had been sent flying by Guling. Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because they had seen it with their own eyes. These guys, in a hidden place in the distance, a fellow was carefully observing Guling and the others. This fellow was Blood Dark Child, who had been defeated by Yi Lingtian in one move. Blood Dark Child was extremely cunning. He immediately fled when the situation turned sour. Blood Dark Child appeared in the vicinity, so he didn't dare to provoke these people again. However, the primordial aura in the temple was a great fortune. Who wouldn't want it? Blood Dark Child was no exception. He wanted to fish in troubled waters. However, Yi Lingtian was too powerful. A single page of yellow paper was enough to break Qi Hao's ancient Yang Pearl. That was a supreme treasure. Although the yellow paper was also burned, no one knew if Yi Lingtian still had such a yellow paper on him. At that moment, the strength that Guling displayed made the demon prince of the blood prison demon palace even more shocked. Guling walked into the killing formation step by step as if she was taking a stroll in the park. The 9 stone golems kept attacking her, but the terrifying attacks from the stone golems were all blocked by a ball of light that spread out from her body. How is this possible? Yu Lingtian, who was hidden in the distance, stared at Guling in the killing formation. He was inexplicably shocked. The others couldn't see anything, but he was different. Boom! Bam! Dull crashing sounds constantly came from the killing formation. The entire killing formation was in a frenzy, and a monstrous killing aura spread in all directions. Even Qin Yao, Jiang Yichen, and the others outside the formation had to retreat. How is this possible? Yu Lingtian, who was hidden in the distance, had a solemn expression when he saw this scene. Guling completely ignored the attacks of the 9 stone golems and quickly walked past 2/3 of the killing formation. She would soon pass through the killing formation and step onto the steps in front of the temple. Is this her method of breaking the formation? Although Yu Lingtian didn't think much of the primordial qi in the ancient shrine, he didn't expect Guling to break the formation like this. To be precise, she wasn't breaking the formation because she didn't even make a move. Roar! One of the stone golems roared as he sent a punch towards Guling. This punch drew upon the energy of the entire killing formation as boundless energy frantically gathered towards his fist. The fist that the stone golem threw at Guling released a dazzling divine light. Boom! The stone golem's fist smashed onto the divine light around Guling's body, making a sound like the beating of a war drum. Transparent ripples appeared on Guling's protective divine light. Chapter 44-47. Could it be the Extreme Guardian as well? Outside the killing formation, little fatty Gu, Xiaofeng exclaimed. It doesn't look like it. I can't sense any aura of the Extreme Tao. Qin Yao shook her head. The Extreme Guardian was simply a protective talisman refined by an Extreme Tao Supreme. Once it was activated, the power of the Extreme Tao would erupt. It was bound to be earth-shattering. The divine light emitted from Guling's body seemed to be somewhat similar to the divine light emitted from the yellow paper that Yu Lingtian used earlier. There was no powerful aura. Yes, Uncle Master is about to succeed. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. At that moment, Guling was still walking forward step by step in the stoneman killing formation. He was only a few dozen feet away from the steps in front of the temple. At that moment, the entire stoneman killing formation had been activated to its limit. In the void shrouded by the killing formation, blinding thunder, tribulation, lightning appeared. The 9 stonemen had completely awakened. Each of the stoneman's body was emitting dazzling lightning. It was as if they were 9 terrifying thunderballs that could explode at any time and destroy the world. Each of the stoneman's body erupted with the most powerful aura. Each of the stonemen seemed to be able to crush the heavens and shatter the world. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng, Qin Yao, and the others were terrified. In front of these stonemen, they felt as weak as ants. The Extreme Tao killing formation, the means of a supreme. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's voice was trembling. He was not like Qin Yao and Jiang Yichen. Qin Yao was a princess, and her father was the legendary Yin Yang Emperor. She knew very well how terrifying an existence of that level was. Jiang Yichen was from the Jiang family in the human realm. That was a cultivation world with human sovereigns. Jiang Yichen was known as the Little Supreme of the Jiang family. He naturally knew how powerful an existence of the Extreme Tao was. Plucking the stars, capturing the moon, and swallowing the sun were all trivial matters. Even a sage could do that. An Extreme Tao Supreme was a supreme existence that could shatter the starry sky with a snap of their fingers and destroy a world with a wave of their hand. An Extreme Tao Supreme had the power to truly destroy the world. Otherwise, the power of heavenly punishment wouldn't exist in the human realm and the heavenly realm. The existence of heavenly punishment was to prevent the heavenly realm and the human realm from being destroyed by supreme beings. An extreme grade sovereign was too powerful. They were supreme existences that stood at the peak of the myriad of worlds. A single finger of theirs could destroy a continent and crush a part of the world. Even Qin Yao and Jiang Yichen had to use their extreme Dao Dao artifacts to protect themselves. Little, fatty Gu Xiaofeng did not have an extreme Dao weapon, and the human Emperor Divine mace had been taken back by Guling. He could only stand beside Qin Yao and bask in the limelight, allowing Qin Yao to protect him as well. Otherwise, a single wisp of this extreme divine might would be enough to destroy Gu Xiaofeng's body and soul. This chaos immortal mansion world was protected by supreme Dao patterns, which greatly weakened the extreme Dao aura that erupted from the stone golem killing formation. This allowed the countless living beings in the immortal mansion to escape. If this was the outside world, the wrath of a supreme being would definitely cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. Billions of creatures would suffer a calamity. At that moment, Guling had already set 1 foot on the steps in front of the temple. No matter how much the 9 stone golems exerted their power, they could not break through the hazy divine light around her body. The moment Guling set foot on the steps in front of the temple, the terrifying killing formation stopped. This was very sudden. The killing formation that had been operating frantically just a moment ago had actually vanished into thin air the next moment. The 9 stone golems returned to the eye of the formation at the same time. The extreme Dao level, thunder, tribulation power on their bodies had been completely withdrawn, making them look like ordinary stone statues. This little fatty who was outside the killing formation was dumbfounded. Even Qin Yao and Jiang Yichen were very surprised. As long as we successfully pass through, the killing formation will immediately stop. Qin Yao's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat. He was actually eager to give it a try. He glanced at the primordial divine light in the temple, then at Guling, who was walking step by step up the steps. In the end, he sighed and did not make a move. Primordial Qi? At that moment, a figure rushed toward the temple from the entrance of the chaos immortal abode. In an instant, he arrived above the temple. A terrifying, extreme, Dao-level aura erupted from this person's body. All living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were instantly terrified. This part of the world, the newcomer was a little surprised. He had not expected his cultivation level to be suppressed so severely. Even in the primordial realm, as long as he released his extreme Dao-level aura, he could cover a radius of tens of thousands of miles. However, in this place, his extreme Dao-level aura could only cover a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Of course, this extreme Dao-level aura could spread very far, but his extreme Dao-level spirit force was restricted to a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Could the laws of heaven and earth here be even stronger than in the primordial realm? The newcomer could not help but feel somewhat shocked when he thought of this. The Chaos Child died here. Did you kill the Chaos Child? The newcomer suddenly stared at Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen looked at the black-robed elder in the sky in shock. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this fellow. This person's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. He was like a primordial god of death that could destroy the world. It was as if he could destroy all life around him at any time. The nearby experts from the primordial realm were alarmed. Sangmye, it's the Grand Elder of the chaotic war god palace, Sangmye. Someone recognized the black-robed elder's origin. What, he's Sangmye? The legendary extermination battle ancestor, Sangmye? Someone exclaimed. The chaotic war god palace was a colossus in the primordial realm. The old war gods of the chaotic war god palace had terrifying cultivation levels. Those who could be called battle ancestors were all existences of the extreme Dao level. When the chaotic war god palace was at its strongest, it even had 36 battle ancestors. Its might shook the primordial realm, and no one dared to disobey its commands. So what if I killed that fellow? Jiang Yichen said indifferently as he met battle ancestor Tsang Mye's gaze. Die. Battle Ancestor Tsang Mya slammed his palm towards Jiang Yichen. Rumble! A huge hand instantly enveloped the entire world. Even Qi Niao and Little Fatty were engulfed. The might of the extreme Tao level shook the 9 heavens. The huge hand was still in the sky, but the ground had already begun to sink. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Bullying the weak. The people of the primordial realm are really shameless. Jiang Yichen sneered. One of the supreme Tao weapons on his body was activated. It rushed out of his body and turned into a huge dragon. It soared into the sky and shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! The azure dragon collided with the huge hand that descended from the sky. In the next moment, the extreme Tao-level azure dragon was actually suppressed by the huge hand. An extreme Tao-level Tao artifact was, after all, a Tao artifact refined by an extreme Tao-level supremacy. Jiang Yichen's extreme Tao-level Tao artifact was really not enough in front of a true extreme Tao-level supremacy. Buzz! Just as Jiang Yichen was about to be hit by Battle Ancestor Sangya's palm, Qi Niao's body suddenly vibrated. Then a yin-yang Tao diagram rushed out of her body and blocked the huge hand that descended from the sky. Chapter 44-48. The Grand Elder of the Chaotic Battle God Palace, Battle Ancestor Tsangmya, charged into the Primal Chaos Immortal Palace. The moment he appeared, he immediately stared at Jiang Yichen. This was because Jiang Yichen had the aura of Chaos Seed on him. Needless to say, Chaos Seed had definitely been killed by this fellow. The Son of Chaos was the divine son of the chaotic god of War Palace. He was being nurtured as the next palace, Lord of the chaotic god of War Palace. This Chaos child was also very heaven-defying. He had only cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he was already a quasi-supreme. Given time, it was not impossible for Chaos child to break through to the extreme grade realm. But now the Son of Chaos was dead. Everything was over, and the chaotic god of War Palace's 1,000 years of hard work was wasted. Jiang Yichen had killed the chaotic child, and the consequences were severe. He had directly provoked the Grand Elder of the Chaotic Battle Deity Palace, Tsangmya. Moreover, another battle ancestor of the Chaotic Battle Deity Palace was also rushing to the chaotic immortal abode with his men. As a matter of fact, the reason Battle Ancestor Tsangmya was so furious was because the Son of Chaos was actually one of his descendants. Without any hesitation, Battle Ancestor Kangmi attacked immediately. He wanted to kill Jiang Yichen and the others to avenge Chaos Child. Rumble! The terrifying hand descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. It wanted to kill everyone in the vicinity with a single palm strike. The divine might of the extreme, Tao, shook the 9 heavens. The moment Tsangmya attacked, the wind and clouds changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Under the giant hand, the sky and the void were directly destroyed. The supreme Tao artifact that Jiang Yichen had released could not neutralize the power of Tsangmya's palm. This was a shocking scene. The azure dragon that Jiang Yichen's supreme Tao artifact had transformed into was actually slapped down from the sky by a huge hand. Seeing that Jiang Yichen couldn't block it, a yin-yang Tao talisman immediately rushed out from Qi Niao's body. It instantly grew larger and not only blocked the large hand, but it also blocked the entire sky. Roar! Jiang Yichen roared and frantically activated the extreme Tao artifact. In the next moment, the azure dragon that had been slapped down from the sky soared into the sky again. The 2 extreme Tao-grade Tao artifacts erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful extreme Tao-grade power, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 2 supreme Tao weapons collided with the giant hand descending from the sky. A powerful supreme Tao-level energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever the energy storm passed, the void would be annihilated. It was as if it could crush and obliterate everything. The yin-yang Tao diagram directly rushed down from the sky, sinking into Qi Niao's body. Qin Yao's body trembled, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. At the same time, the shadow of a dragon descended from the sky and rushed into Jiang Yichen's body. The powerful impact almost caused his body to collapse. Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on his body. The huge hand that slapped down from the sky finally dissipated in the void. With just one strike, Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination suppressed two supreme Tao treasures. His divine might was unparalleled. This shocked Jiang Yichen. This fellow was definitely not as simple as an extreme Tao sovereign. Go! Qin Yao grabbed Gu Xiaofeng, who was next to her, and rushed into the distance with the Tao diagram protecting her. Jiang Yichen also fled at the first instant. This old fellow was too strong. Even when the two of them used their supreme Tao treasures together, they could only barely block a seemingly casual strike from the other party. Primordial energy? Just as Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was about to attack again, Guling had already reached the end of the steps. She climbed up and arrived at the gate of the temple. Whoosh! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the temple. He wanted to grab the temple in one go. Primordial energy was not essential to Forefather Firmament Extermination. However, if he could obtain it, he would be able to. Guling looked up with an indifferent expression. Then she retracted her gaze and walked into the temple. At this moment, she was not afraid of anything, unless an existence in the eternal realm attacked her. However, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, even in the primogenitor's realm. Boom! Just as Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's hand was several hundred feet away from the temple, the 9 stone golems outside the temple began to emit dazzling lightning bolts. 9 bolts of lightning shot into the sky and pierced towards Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination. Each bolt of lightning was larger than a mountain. What? Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was shocked. He did not expect this temple to be protected by an array. 9 bolts of tribulation, lightning, shot up into the sky and blocked Battle Ancestor Tsang, Mie's giant hand that was reaching down from the sky. At this moment, Guling had already entered the temple and arrived before the mass of primordial energy that was enshrined in the center of the temple. Boom! Bam! Extremely heavy sounds of collisions constantly resounded from outside the divine hall. The air rippled, and even within the divine hall, the ripples could still be felt. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was attacking the stone golem killing array. Even with his cultivation and battle strength, he could not do anything to this killing array. Roar! Within the killing array, the 9 stone golems roared incessantly. It was as if 9 supremes of the extreme Tao had appeared in the world at the same time. Damn it! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was both shocked and furious. At this moment, the 3 fellows had already escaped. However, this was nothing. As long as the 3 fellows were still in the primal chaos immortal mansion, he could kill them and avenge the child of chaos. The primordial energy could allow him to nurture another invincible realm descendant. I'll collect the primordial energy first, then kill these ants. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination gritted his teeth and charged into the killing array below to fight against the 9 stone golems. Boom! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's battle strength was unparalleled. He took out a huge halberd and swept away 3 stone golems with it. Kill! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination waved the halberd in his hand and continuously swept away the stone golems. Then he charged towards the temple in a domineering manner. Battle Ancestor Extermination of the chaotic god of Battle Palace is indeed worthy of his reputation. Some of the experts from the primal beginning realm who were spectating nearby could not help but exclaim at the battle strength displayed by Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was extremely berserk. His extreme Tao level strength surged violently. As he charged forward, the 9 stone golems could not stop him. Bam! The moment Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination stepped onto the steps in front of the temple, the entire temple shook violently. At this moment, Gu Ling had already walked out of the temple. Little girl, hand over the primordial energy, or else Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination walked up the steps step by step. He gripped his halberd and glared at Gu Ling fiercely. Or else what? Gu Ling said indifferently, "Go to hell." Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground immediately collapsed, and a large pit appeared on the incomparably hard ground. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Roar! Chapter 44-49. The battle ancestors of the chaotic war god palace were a bunch of lunatics. They were known as the number 1 fighters in the primordial realm. The supreme elder of the chaotic war god palace, Sangmya, was known as the extermination battle ancestor. His methods were ruthless and his actions could only be described as crazy. Anyone who offended Sangmya would be annihilated by him. Even the force behind that person would be annihilated. Battle Ancestor Tsang Mya had once killed someone who had unintentionally offended him. Then, with his halberd in hand, he killed his way into the sect behind that person. Blood flowed like a river, and not a single chicken or dog was spared. This was an ancient sect that had once ruled over an entire region, and even had an extreme Tao Utmost being in charge of it. Yet, it was annihilated by this Tsang Mya. The sect master of the ancient sect, the extreme Tao supremacy, was killed by the exterminating battle god Sangmya. His body and soul were destroyed and he died. Sangmya's final attack destroyed the ancestral ground of that ancient sect, erasing it from the primordial realm. Ever since that battle, no one dared to provoke the battle ancestor of the chaotic god of War Palace. He was called the extermination battle ancestor. In the entire chaotic god of War Palace, no one could suppress him except for the palace master. As for the son of chaos, he was his successor. He was nurtured as the next palace master of the war god palace. But now, the son of chaos died in the hands of these lowly ants. Sangmya was enraged. Kill! At this moment, battle ancestor Sangmya struck out with all his strength, slashing towards Gu Ling, who was standing in front of the gate. The violent power shook the heavens, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. If it was somewhere else, his attack would definitely be able to destroy an ancient divine mountain, destroy a part of the void, and destroy everything. However, the void where the palace was located was extremely stable. Even a full-powered strike from an existence like Battle Ancestor Sangmya couldn't destroy the void here. What a stable place! What a powerful, great Tao law! Battle Ancestor Sangmya suddenly realized what this place was. He couldn't help being shocked, and his aura weakened a little. At this moment, Gu Ling extended her right hand and grabbed the halberd that Battle Ancestor Sangmya had struck down. The terrifying power that could kill an extreme Tao supremacy was actually blocked by her casually. What? Battle Ancestor Sangmya was extremely shocked. He never imagined that a little girl who wasn't even a supremacy stage could grab his halberd with her bare hands. Taking on a Tao artifact with his bare hands? This was too inconceivable. One had to know that this little girl was only a quasi-supreme being. A quasi-supreme being was someone he could destroy with a single slap. Could it be? Sangmya was shocked. Just then, Sangmya felt a strong force coming from the battle halberd. Then both his hands shook and the battle halberd in his hands was snatched away by the other party. Impossible! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was no longer just shocked. How could this woman before him be so strong that she could snatch away his battle halberd? Even the master of the chaotic god of War Palace couldn't take away his weapon. At this moment, Battle Ancestor Sangmya suddenly laughed when he saw this woman. Oh no! Battle Ancestor Azure Extermination's heart skipped a beat. Then he saw Gu Ling casually wave her hand. In the next moment, 7 or 8 balls of divine light exploded from his body. All his protective Tao artifacts were shattered. He felt as if he had been hit by an ancient, sacred mountain. His entire body flew out and fell into the stoneman killing array outside the palace. Roar! In the next moment, the stoneman killing array was activated. 9 huge stone men walked out of the array and surrounded Battle Ancestor Tsangmye. Wah! Battle Ancestor Tsangmye's chest heaved up and down as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Preposterous! Scram! Battle Ancestor Tsangmye was enraged. Violent energy exploded from his body. 9 rays of divine light turned into giant dragons and knocked the 9 stone men away. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. He was crazy to the extreme. Roar! Battle Ancestor Tsangmye roared into the sky, causing the entire killing formation to shake violently. Boundless killing intent filled every inch of the void within the killing formation. Even the Tao patterns that constructed the killing formation dimmed. Impossible. How can an ant from the lower domain be stronger than me? Battle Ancestor Tsangmye stared at the figure on the platform. His eyes were like a peerless sword that pierced through the void. Why not? Guling stood on the platform and looked down at Battle Ancestor Tsangmye calmly. Boom! Beam after beam of divine light shot out from Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's body, transforming into 9 extreme Tao treasures. Every single one of these Tao treasures exploded with extreme Tao energy waves. The 9 extreme Tao artifacts quickly awakened and formed an extreme Tao domain around Battle Ancestor Tsangmye. Bang! A stoneman arrived and punched Battle Ancestor Tsangmye's extreme Tao domain. The 9 extreme Tao artifacts vibrated at the same time. The power released directly knocked the stoneman away. Countless cracks appeared on the stoneman's body. It was on the verge of collapsing. However, in the next moment, 9 Tao inscriptions appeared on the stoneman's body. The cracks on the stoneman's body began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little brat, how dare you look down on this ancestor? Go to hell! Battle Ancestor Tsangmye soared into the sky. He controlled the 9 extreme Tao artifacts and directly attacked Guling on the platform. His might was shocking, and it seemed as though he could crush a part of the world. So what if you're peerless? Guling smiled. She didn't care about Battle Ancestor Tsangmye's peerless attack at all. Kill, kill, kill. Battle Ancestor Tsangmye seemed to have descended into madness. Boundless killing intent swept through the sky. At this moment, the countless experts in the sky who saw this scene were all shocked to the extreme. Such a powerful attack would even turn an ordinary extreme Tao supremacy into dregs. This Battle Ancestor Tsangmye can destroy an ancient sect with a single attack and kill extreme Tao supremacies like slaughtering chickens. He truly lives up to his name. An expert from the primordial world exclaimed. That brat actually dared to provoke Battle Ancestor Tsangmye. Looks like she's in for it. Some people didn't think Guling would win. Is that so? That might not be the case. A voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young monk wearing a white monk robe walking over with an alms bowl in his hand. This monk didn't have any Buddhist light lingering around him. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on this young monk because he had just crippled an expert from the primordial world not too long ago. Who would dare to look down on such a ferocious person? Little Baldy, I heard that you obtained quite a lot of good stuff. At this moment, another figure appeared. When everyone saw this person, they immediately retreated and didn't dare to approach him. Old Tortoise, you actually came out of that place alive. It seems like you obtained some good fortune from there. The young monk immediately smiled when he saw that person. When did Fan Xiao and Demon Lord get together? When the experts from the heavenly realm saw these 2 people, their expressions couldn't help but change. Whether it was Fan Xiao or this demon lord from the heavenly realm, they were both extremely difficult to deal with. These two fellas didn't play by the rules. These two fellas were feared by everyone. No one dared to provoke them, because those who provoked them all ended up in a miserable state. Boom! At this moment, on the steps in front of the temple battle ancestor Tsang Mie's terrifying attack landed on Guling. The 9 supreme Dao weapons hit her at the same time. At the same time, Tsang Mie's extreme Dao realm power enveloped Guling, wanting to obliterate her. How is this possible? Although Tsang Mie's attack hit Guling, he wasn't happy at all. She actually didn't take his attack head-on and allowed it to land on her. More importantly, his attack was enough to kill a mid-level supreme martial artist. Even a supreme martial artist who had achieved great success in the extreme Dao wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. However, when the 9 great Dao treasures landed on this girl, she didn't even bat an eyelid, as if she didn't feel anything. She didn't even frown. Even when his extreme Dao domain enveloped this girl, it actually lost the power it should have. She felt like she was bathing in the spring breeze when facing his attack. This was the only thing that came to battle ancestor Tsang Mie's mind. Is that all you've got? Guling suddenly laughed. You, battle ancestor Tsang Mie's shock was no small matter. His all-out attack couldn't hurt her at all. Was this girl actually a legendary existence? At this moment, Guling's body shook. The 9 supreme Dao weapons that landed on her body were immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on each of the supreme Dao weapons. Even battle ancestor Tsang Mie was sent flying. His extreme Dao realm collapsed, and he coughed out blood continuously. That was the blood of a supreme martial artist. Every drop could destroy the world and turn an area into nothingness. It was extremely domineering. Whoosh! Guling took a step forward and instantly caught up to battle ancestor Tsang Mie. Scram! She waved the divine halberd that she had snatched from battle ancestor Tsang Mie and ruthlessly swept it at battle ancestor Tsang Mie. Battle ancestor Tsang Mie was immediately sent flying. He disappeared from the immortal mansion world. No one knew where he flew to. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the little monk Fan Xiao stuck out her tongue. Old Tortoise was dumbfounded. My little niece is too fierce. Old Tortoise exclaimed. At this moment, Guling had already passed through the stoneman killing array and walked out. After passing through the killing array, she felt exhausted. She staggered and almost fell. The price of using this thing is indeed a little high, Guling smiled bitterly. 80% of the yuan qi in her body had been sucked away by that thing on her. Her yuan qi was almost damaged. She didn't hesitate and directly consumed a drop of undying godly liquid. At this moment, some people who saw this scene from afar were shocked. Could it be that she was injured in the battle with Tsang Mie? Some people were tempted. One should know that there was a mass of primordial qi hidden in the temple. That was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. It had endless uses. If they could obtain that mass of primordial qi, they would definitely be able to increase their cultivation. Chapter 4450. Guling had obtained the primordial chaos energy. Actually, her father, Gu Fei, had already cultivated the primordial chaos energy. This primordial chaos energy was nothing to her. Of course, she had obtained it herself, so it had a different meaning. However, if it wasn't for the sky blue immortal gold battle armor that her father, Gu Fei, had given her, she wouldn't have been able to break through the stoneman killing array outside the shrine, nor would she have been able to completely ignore the attacks of the great elder Tsang Mie of the chaotic battle god palace. However, using the sky blue immortal gold battle armor had cost her quite a bit. 80% of her vital energy had been drained by the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, and she was on the verge of collapsing. In this immortal mansion world, there were dangers everywhere. She immediately took a drop of the immortal godly elixir that she had gotten from little monk Fan Xiao. After that drop of immortal godly elixir dissolved in her body, it only took a few breaths' time to completely replenish the vital energy she had used. This immortal godly elixir is really heaven-defying. Guling couldn't help but be moved by the changes in her body. Not only had her vital energy been replenished, but it seemed to be much stronger than before. Most importantly, the immortal substance contained in the immortal godly elixir had fused into her body, strengthening her life force and making it much stronger. Because the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor had concealed Guling's aura, no one could tell that she had already recovered her vital energy. They were all guessing whether she had also been severely injured in the battle with battle ancestor Tsangmye. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist could dictate the life and death of others. This was an eternal law that would never change no matter where you were. The strong ruled over the weak. This was the truth. Guling had taken the primordial chaos energy from the shrine, which would make many people target her. In the world of cultivation, killing and robbing was the most common thing. She actually took the primordial chaos energy. Little monk Fan Xiao smiled and immediately retreated. He didn't dare to provoke Guling, who knew how many powerful things she had on her. She was Gu Fei's daughter. The consequences of provoking his daughter would be dire. "Io, I'm leaving too." Like a thief, the old tortoise quietly retreated. If he were to be entangled by this little niece, he would have to bleed a lot. In the heaven realm and the human realm, those who knew about Guling's background didn't dare to have any thoughts of killing her and stealing her treasures. In this world, who would dare to touch Gu Fei's daughter? That was an existence even more ferocious than a peerless, vicious person, an existence even more ferocious than the great calamity Xian Huang. A single rage could flatten a forbidden region. A single sword strike could behead a supreme being, shaking both the celestial and human realms. Even Di Jiutian had submitted to him and become his disciple. Many people saw that Di Jiutian had also entered this world. He was a supreme existence at the supremacy level, and he could compete with the supremacy of the primogenitor realm. Of course, the people of the primal beginning realm had no idea who Gu Fei, Guling, or Di Jiutian were. Boom! Someone couldn't help but make a move. A divine sun suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, and the aura of extreme yang instantly filled every inch of the void. "Give me the Hong Meng Qi." An incomparably majestic voice came from the sky, and a terrifying heat burned the void. The shadow of a three-legged bird appeared on the divine sun, looking down at Guling Golden Crow, an extreme Tao Golden Crow. The experts of the heaven realm and the human realm were all shocked. The Golden Crow clan had never disappeared from the heaven realm and the human realm, but this Golden Crow clan didn't have a supreme being. Moreover, this Golden Crow sovereign dared to attack Guling, so he naturally didn't know Guling's background. Guling looked up at the sky. Someone actually dared to attack her? Loliant, offer up the Hong Meng Qi and scram. The Golden Crow sovereign in the sky didn't care about Guling at all. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care to squash an ant to death. What is this guy saying? The experts from the heaven realm and the human realm were all stunned. This guy is too awesome. I can't help but admire him. Did this feathered beast get kicked in the head by a donkey? This guy from the primordial realm is indeed different. He actually dared to provoke the Gu clan. The experts from the heaven realm looked at the Golden Crow as if they were looking at an idiot. So what if he was a supreme? Gu Fei and his daughter were fearless. It wasn't like Gu Fei hadn't killed a supreme before. Even the great ominous being, Xian Huang, wasn't a match for Gu Fei. He was captured by Gu Fei, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "All of you, shut up." The Golden Crow sovereign in the sky roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Some people with weaker cultivations were directly shaken to the point where their ears bled. Some people even fell from the sky because of the terrifying sound waves. "You're just a stupid bird. What are you roaring for?" A huge shadow appeared in the depths of the immortal mansion world. The huge figure was like a giant god that opened the sky, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Fellow Taoist, I advise you to mind your own business. The golden crow sovereign turned and sneered at the figure in the depths of the immortal mansion world. A frog at the bottom of a well. You think you're invincible just because you came from the primordial realm? You can truly look down on the heavens? How laughable! The figure's voice boomed out, and the entire world became very unstable. What did you say? The golden crow sovereign, who was like a sun in the sky, was enraged. When a supreme was enraged, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. That sun seemed like it was about to burn through the sky. Stupid bird, let me teach you how to be a person. No, it should be how to be a bird. The figure said disdainfully. Humph. The golden crow sovereign sneered. In the next moment, a sharp golden claw swiped down towards Guling. He wanted to kill Guling first, obtain that ball of primordial energy, and then deal with that fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world. That fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world was very powerful. A Dharma idol of heaven and earth was enough to make a quasi-supreme wet his pants. That was a formidable foe. The golden crow sovereign didn't dare to underestimate such an existence. They were both extreme Tao paragons. When their auras interacted, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. That fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world definitely had a cultivation and battle prowess that was not inferior to his own. The golden crow sovereign didn't fear this sort of existence. Sigh. Guling sighed, then directly took out a yellow sheet of paper and threw it towards the golden crow's claw that was swiping down from the sky. Yellow paper? Seeing this scene, some of the experts watching from afar instantly paled. Even Yi Lingtian's eyes widened. To ordinary people, this yellow paper had no power at all. However, not long ago, Yi Lingtian had used this yellow paper to kill Qi Hao, the divine child of the heaven's equal sect in the primordial beginning realm. And there were quite a few people who had seen this scene. Yi Lingtian had used a yellow paper to break through the extreme Tao and kill the divine child. To ordinary people, this was simply a miracle, a legend among legends. Of course, when Yi Lingtian had killed Qi Hao, the golden crow sovereign hadn't arrived yet. Naturally, he hadn't seen that terrifying scene that was like a legend. The golden crow divine claw, which was as huge as a mountain, directly swiped at that yellow paper. Little girl, have you been scared silly by me? The golden crow sovereign sneered. This little thing actually threw a yellow paper at him. Did she want to use a yellow paper to block his attack? This was really too funny. However, the yellow paper that Guling had thrown out flew past, and then the golden crow sovereign's claw that was swiping at him soundlessly split in half. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. Every drop radiated a dazzling golden light, as if a large number of densely packed golden stars were falling from the sky. The golden crow sovereign was extremely shocked. This was just a piece of yellow paper without any energy fluctuations. How could it hurt him? The experts who were watching the battle nearby were also dumbfounded. The yellow paper that Guling had thrown out still flew towards the golden crow sovereign. The yellow paper seemed to be blown by the wind as it floated towards the golden crow sovereign. It still flashed past, and then the divine sun that the golden crow sovereign had transformed into a split in half. How is this possible? The golden crow sovereign couldn't believe that he would actually be killed by a yellow paper. This was really an unjust death. The yellow paper looked ordinary, but at this moment no one dared to underestimate it. Everyone who stared at that yellow paper had a different look in their eyes. The figure in the depths of the immortal mansion world was very surprised to see this scene. The huge figure that was taller than the sky also disappeared between heaven and earth, as if it had never been there. Is that a contingency plan left behind by that existence? Yi Lingtian suddenly thought of a person, an existence that even he trembled in fear. The Yi family was a superpower in the primogenitor realm, and they had the support of the Yi family's ancestor. Back then, Gu Fei had swept through the primogenitor realm by himself, and even the Wood clan had been destroyed by him. Yi Lingtian had definitely heard of Gu Fei's fame. Apart from Gu Fei, who else in the universe could refine a yellow paper that could kill a supreme being? It wasn't a Tao artifact, but a decree from a supreme existence in the eternal realm. Once an eternal decree was used, even a supreme being would die. After the yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out split the Golden Crow sovereign in half, it started to burn and turn into ashes, as if it had never been there in the first place. As for the Golden Crow sovereign from the primogenitor realm, after he was split in half by that yellow paper, both his physical body and primordial spirit started to burn and turn into ashes as well. The sun that had been hanging across the sky disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge mountain that had been weighing down on their hearts had been moved away. This was the destruction of both body and soul. A lofty supreme being had actually perished in this immortal mansion world. This left everyone from the primogenitor realm completely dumbfounded. No one had thought that an extreme supreme being would perish. It must be known that this was a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the universe. At this time, even those fellows from the primogenitor realm knew that this little girl was not an existence that could be trifled with. How is this possible? All the experts from the primogenitor realm couldn't believe it. And just as everyone was stunned, a vast and boundless aura suddenly came from the entrance of the immortal mansion world, and a supreme figure appeared in the immortal mansion world. Behind that figure stood over a dozen incomparably powerful existences. Those figures all exuded shocking battle intent and a cold, murderous aura. These people were like a group of war gods that had walked out of the primordial chaos. The people from the chaotic war deity palace have arrived. Chapter 4451. The chaotic war god palace is known to be the strongest in the primal beginning realm. They really are swift and decisive. They've arrived so quickly, sighed an expert of the primal beginning realm. The deaths of over a dozen divine sons and holy maidens was enough to shock the entire primal beginning realm. After all the divine dynasties, sacred grounds, and large sects that had been conferred the title of divine sons and holy maidens were the peak figures of the younger generation. If these people were allowed to mature, they would definitely become rulers of a region. Yet now, they had all died in the world of the chaotic immortal mansion. Whether it was the chaotic war god palace, the Pingtian divine empire, or the heaven's equal sect, they were all furious. They all sent their ancestors to the chaotic immortal mansion. However, it seemed like only the people of the chaotic war god palace had arrived. The one in the lead was an ancient battle god. The moment this ancient battle god stood in the void, the entire heaven and earth started to become unstable. Immense power erupted from the ancient god of war's body, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding space. He carefully controlled his presence, so the experts of the chaotic war god palace behind him did not feel any pressure at all. However, apart from the powerhouses from the chaotic god of war palace, the countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles felt as if a primordial sacred mountain had suddenly descended and pressed down on their bodies the moment the ancient god of war appeared. Before a supreme god of slaughter, countless living beings were ants. Since the supreme god of slaughter had emerged, blood would definitely flow like rivers. The ancient god of slaughter was a supreme expert who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had entered the path of cultivation through slaughter. In his eyes, all living beings in the world could be killed. Whoever killed a divine son of the chaotic war god palace, step forward and accept your death. Otherwise, everyone here will die with the chaotic child. The ancient god of slaughter glanced past everyone present coldly. However, no one said anything. They were all stunned by the ancient god of slaughter's words. Not only had the people of the heavens world and humans world entered the immortal mansion, but many people from the primal beginning realm had come as well. The primal beginning realm was filled with thousands of races and experts. There was a large number of heaven sects and divine religions. There were naturally many people who had been conferred the title of Divine Son and Holy Maiden. Even the Heaven Equal sect had 3 divine princes, and Chi Hao was only one of them. The super forces of the primal beginning realm would nurture several divine sons and saintesses, not just one. This was because no one knew what would happen in the next moment in the cultivation world. Even the divine princes and saintesses of the major heavenly sects and divine sects were in danger of dying. At that moment, Yi Lingtian's figure had already disappeared. In fact, he had already quietly retreated when the war god appeared. However, Jiang Yichen did not leave. The chaotic son of the chaotic battle deity palace had died at his hands. Great god of war, I know who killed fellow Taoist chaos. At this moment, a young man in purple suddenly walked out and clasped his hands in greeting to the god of slaughter. His expression was calm, and there was a smile on his face. Under the pressure of the ancient god of slaughter, it was as if he wasn't affected at all. Jiang Yichen's expression changed as he looked at the purple-clad youth. So, it's the little guy from the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Do you know who killed the chaotic son? Upon hearing this, the aura on the peerless killer's body surged. This time, even the experts from the chaotic battle deity palace, who were protected by him, felt a strong sense of pressure. The purple-robed young man, facing the peerless reaper of death, was in an even worse state. He directly lay on the ground, shivering. A mass of divine light emerged from his body, but in the next moment, it instantly collapsed. He couldn't even withstand the formless aura of the peerless reaper of death. It's Xing Litian from the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Someone recognized the purple-robed youth's origins. His brother, Xing Lidi, is the #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Someone exclaimed. The Eastern Purple Chi sect was one of the 10 major heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. It was as famous as the Heaven Equal sect. It could be said that it was a super ancient lineage. The #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect was definitely at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. He had already taken half a step into the extreme grade. Although Xing Litian was the elder brother, he was far from being comparable to his younger brother, Xing Lidi. However, Xing Litian had such a heaven-defying younger brother. His status in the Eastern Purple Chi sect wasn't bad either. Most true disciples of the Eastern Purple Chi sect had to curry favor with him. It should be noted that the #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect was the first in line to be the next sect master. If there were no accidents, he would be the next sect master. For top heavenly sects like these, the sect masters and sect masters weren't always fixed. Every once in a while, when the divine sons of the sect had fully matured, the sect master would abdicate and become the grand sect master. For example, the Eastern Purple Chi sect had 3 grand sect masters in charge. The grand sect masters of each sect didn't care about worldly affairs. They would only intervene when the sect was facing a life-and-death situation. The person who killed Brother Chaotic's son is here, Xing Litian said. His voice was trembling. The being in front of him was a supreme battle ancestor. He was extremely powerful, and a wisp of his aura seemed to be able to crush the entire world. Even though he had a secret treasure on him, he was still extremely frightened. That kind of fear came from the depths of his soul and made him tremble uncontrollably. What did you say? The primordial battle god from the chaotic battle god palace was instantly enraged. Rays of chaotic divine light appeared around the primordial battle god and tore the void apart. Who is it? Show yourself. Zhan Zukuinyu roared angrily. Terrifying sound waves spread out. Visible ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. Countless experts who were watching the battle nearby were all extremely shocked by Kuan Yu's roar and immediately retreated. Some unlucky fellows were directly turned into a mist of blood by Kuan Yu's roar and died. Even those experts who were lucky enough to escape in time were shaken to the point that their blood and qi churned, and they almost vomited blood. At that moment, many experts who had witnessed the battle between Jiang Yichen and Chaotic Sun turned to look at Jiang Yichen. "Little fellow, it's you?" Zhan Zhu Kuan Yu roared. He extended his hand and grabbed at Jiang Yichen. A violent, devouring power erupted from his palm, as though the entire world was about to be devoured. This battle ancestor was so powerful that his extreme spirit force enveloped the entire world. With the extreme spirit force's detection, even the slightest movement would be captured by him. "Humph, I'm not going to keep you company," Jiang Yichen said as he crushed a Tao talisman in his hand. In the next moment, a ball of divine light enveloped him and he disappeared into the void. What? Kuan Yu was extremely shocked. This part of the world had been sealed by him, and no one should have been able to escape. What was wrong with this little fellow? Jiang Yichen left. No one could see how he had left, not even the battle ancestor from the chaotic battle god palace. "All of you, go to hell!" The infuriated battle ancestor Kuan Yu directly unleashed his anger on the unlucky people present. He waved his right hand, and a beam of divine light shot forward. In an instant, dozens of cultivators were cut into halves by this beam of divine light, and they died. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The old ancestor from the chaotic war deity palace was too crazy. He actually wanted to kill everyone present. "Kuan Yu, you've gone too far." A voice rang out from the entrance to the world of immortals. Afterwards, an old man appeared in outer space. "Humph, going too far? Don't tell me that our divine son has died in vain?" Kuan Yu stared at the old man and said coldly, "Then you should be looking for the culprit instead of killing the innocent." The old man was emotionless. He only stared at Kuan Yu as a powerful presence erupted from his body. "Qi Shao, are you trying to become enemies with my chaotic battle god palace?" A black-robed, middle-aged man behind Kuan Yu stared at the old man. "Humph, there are quite a few people from my Pingtian divine empire here as well. Do you want to kill them all? Quite a few disciples from the other heavens sects have come as well. Do you want to become enemies with the entire world?" The old man called Qi Shao did not back down. Kuan Yu's attack earlier had killed several dozen experts, including 2 princes of the Pingtian divine empire. Qi Shao was an ancestor of the Pingtian divine empire. He was extremely powerful, and he was not necessarily weaker than the ancient war god, Kuan Yu. At this moment, a group of people charged over and directly arrived behind Qi Shao. Every single one of them radiated with extremely powerful presences. Although they were not supreme exalts, they were not far away. "Pingtian divine empire. If you want to start a war, I'll keep you company." Kuan Yu roared out furiously. The 2 formations faced off against each other. At this moment, Guling retreated to one side. Even though the laws of the immortal estate had greatly weakened his presence, he was still unable to move. Rumble. Just as these 2 supreme experts were facing off against each other, an incomparably shocking voice rang out from the depths of the immortal estate world, causing the entire immortal estate world to become unstable. What's going on? Has a supreme Tao artifact appeared? Everyone charged towards the depths of the immortal estate as soon as possible. That was a supreme Tao artifact. Even if they did not have the right to fight over it, there were countless other treasures in the immortal estate aside from the supreme treasures. While the supreme existences fought over the supreme treasures, the quasi-sovereigns would have the opportunity to obtain other treasures and fortuitous encounters. "Humph, search. Even if we have to dig a meter into the ground, we have to find the culprit." Kuan Yu directly ordered the people he had brought with him. "Yes, ancestor." The other experts of the chaotic battle god palace accepted the order in a hurry before dispersing and disappearing from the immortal estate. At the same time, he rose into the air and charged towards the depths of the immortal estate. The ancestor of the Pingtian divine empire could not sit still any longer. He directly turned into a streak of light and chased after Kuan-Yu. Guling, Little Fatty, Qi Niao, and so on did not fight over any fortuitous encounters. Instead, they lingered around the entrance to the immortal estate. Chapter 4452. On the outskirts of the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primal beginning realm, a mysterious divine abode had appeared, attracting countless cultivators. Countless divine sons and saintesses from the major sects and sects of the primal beginning realm, as well as the immortal dynasties and sacred grounds, had come to enter the divine abode world. For the geniuses of the primal beginning realm, the mysterious divine abode world was nothing more than a trial for them. Of course, the divine abode world wasn't a good place. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. No one wanted to die, but this time the countless forces of the primal beginning realm were dumbfounded. Many divine sons and saintesses had died in the divine abode world. This shocked everyone to the extreme. There was a big problem with the trial this time. A powerful being from the lower realm could actually kill the divine sons of the primal beginning realm. This made countless cultivators of the primal beginning realm unable to believe it. Everyone knew that the trial grounds were dangerous. Every time the countless divine sons and saintesses of the grand beginning realm entered the chaos immortal abode for trials, there would be people who died inside. Without going through trials, one wouldn't become a true cultivator. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong were respected. Only by breaking through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles could one become an existence that could look down on all others. Of course, some people died in the process. This was inevitable because not everyone could become a true cultivator. It wasn't that the divine sons cultivated by the major forces of the primal beginning realm weren't strong, but that there were people who were stronger than them. At this time, an ancient palace rose from the depths of the divine abode world. The entire ancient palace emitted endless divine light, instantly illuminating half of the divine abode world. The divine abode world was simply too big. It was simply a complete world. Since ancient times, even the most ancient existence of the primal beginning realm couldn't clearly explain the origin of this divine abode world. They only knew that this divine abode world would appear every once in a while. Once it appeared, it would cause a stir in all directions, and countless forces of the entire primal beginning realm would flock there. There were great opportunities and great fortunes in the divine abode world. Legend had it that there was even a supreme inheritance in that world. If one could obtain that inheritance, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Becoming an extreme supreme being would be a piece of cake, and they might even be able to take a step beyond the extreme Tao. This was also the reason why the countless powers of the grand beginning realm had to send their most outstanding successors into the immortal mansion world. Even an extreme grade supremacy would not be able to sit still. In the primal beginning realm, there was a legend that the extreme Tao was not the end. However, there had never been an existence stronger than the extreme Tao. Rumble! The aura that erupted from the ancient palace was astonishing. It resonated with the entire world. Endless divine light of the great path rushed in from all directions. Something in the ancient palace seemed to be awakening. What is that? A figure appeared in the distant sky. Chaotic chi surged around him. At the same time, another figure appeared in another direction. An extremely powerful aura also erupted from his body, and 9 golden dragons danced around him. The imperial ancestor of the Pingtian divine empire, Qi Shao, had arrived. Old Devil Qi, you are fast. Chaotic Qi surged, and the figure that looked like an ancient chaotic god sneered. Kuan-Yu, we'll settle our scores later, Qi Shao said coldly. Humph. Do you want to calculate it now? Kuan-Yu said contemptuously. You dash! Qi Shao was about to take action. Other people feared the chaotic war god palace, but he did not because he had the entire Pingtian divine empire behind him. The Pingtian divine empire was definitely no weaker than the chaotic war god palace. However, at this moment, Both Qi Shao and Kuan Yu's expressions changed. They suddenly turned around and looked in the same direction. A figure appeared on the eastern horizon. The vision of a sovereign was definitely astonishing. When Qi Shao and Kuan Yu saw the person, they both looked at the spear in his hand. The sovereign's blood? Qi Shao and Kuan Yu were extremely shocked. The tip of the spear was actually covered with the sovereign's blood. The blood was extremely red, and it even gave off a powerful presence of extreme grade supremacy. That was the sovereign's blood. The blood of a sovereign was extremely brutal and powerful. A single droplet could basically destroy the world. It needed to be sealed up with a powerful technique. This guy has actually killed a sovereign before. Even someone as powerful as the ancient battle god of the chaotic battle god palace, Kuan Yu, had a grave expression on his face. After all, it wasn't easy to kill an extreme grade sovereign. Once they failed to kill them, the consequences would be severe. Being targeted by extreme grade supremacy would definitely be a disaster. Once a sovereign took revenge, even the chaotic war god palace would be in trouble. The person wielded a spear and walked over from afar step by step. The entire world seemed to shake with his footsteps. He was definitely a supreme expert. Di Jiutian. At this moment, a streak of light shot over from afar. There was a figure within the light. When the person saw the black-robed, middle-aged man, he could not help but become surprised. He immediately stopped. Who's Di Jiutian? I've never heard of him. Kuan Yu frowned. Even Qi Shao, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian divine empire, became stern and doubtful. Di Jiutian was an unfamiliar name to them, but to the cultivators of the celestial world and human world, his name was like thunder to their ears. No one dared to underestimate him. At this moment, powerful figures appeared near the ancient hall, one after another. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. The laws of the world resonated with them, as if they could collapse the surrounding space. With so many extreme grade supremacy gathered together, the divine might of the extreme grade supremacy spread out, shaking a small portion of the immortal estate. If it were not for the powerful protection of the world, it would have shattered long ago. As the extreme grade supremacy gathered in the eastern region of the immortal estate, 3 powerful figures charged into the entrance of the immortal estate at the same time. Roar! The person in the lead roared at the sky. Terrifying ripples spread out, shaking the space violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. Boss, don't show your might first. What if you scare away those big fish? A black-robed man said hurriedly. That's right. We're here to catch big fish. Another white-robed young man with a huge bow on his back nodded. I couldn't help it. There's no power of heavenly punishment here. That's rather unexpected. The young man in the lead raised his head and gazed at the sky, his eyes twinkling with tiny streaks of starlight. Who's shouting here? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from up ahead. The 3 sovereigns looked in the direction of the voice. Who's so bold as to act so impudently in front of this sovereign? Get over here and die for this sovereign. The black-robed man's body trembled, and an extreme pressure immediately erupted from his body. He looked down on the world and all life. Who did you call over to die? At this moment, the person in front took a step forward, directly arriving in front of the 3 sovereigns. When the black-robed man saw this, he trembled and almost knelt down in fear. Chapter 4453. Young Master? The 3 extreme Tao Supremes had just entered the immortal mansion world and were about to display their might and awe, but the appearance of a person almost scared them to their knees. Black Wind, how dare you? You actually want me to come and die? The white-robed lady crossed her arms and looked coldly at the black-robed man. This? Young Master, how could I dare to be impudent in front of you? The black-robed man hurriedly said, although he was in extreme Tao supremacy, he didn't have any temper in front of this white-robed lady. This was because this white-robed lady was the daughter of their master, the young master. Apart from their master, the young master also controlled their life and death. "Greetings, young master." The other two hurriedly bowed to the white-robed lady. "Uncle Master, this—" A fatty walked over from afar. When he saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. What was going on? Three extreme Tao supreme beings were actually being so respectful to this junior uncle of his. That black-robed fellow was so scared that his face turned pale. This was an extreme Tao supremacy. "Greetings, Taoist Qin." At this moment, a purple-robed lady walked over from afar. Although this lady was masked, her extraordinary aura couldn't be concealed. This purple-robed lady was the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. The little fatty was naturally Gu Fei's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng. Qin Yao had taken as her master, so to a certain extent she was also the young master of the Black Wind supremacy and the others. However, Qin Yao wasn't the daughter of Gu Fei and Yan. Extreme Tao Supremes were all prideful people. When the Black Wind supremacy and the others saw Qin Yao, they would only address her as fellow Taoist. "Greetings, Taoist brothers." Qin Yao naturally didn't dare to slight them, although she was the princess of the Qin clan, and her father was the founder of the Qin clan, the Yinyang Emperor. She wasn't a supremacy yet. She naturally didn't dare to be arrogant in front of these supremacies. At this moment, the three supremacies restrained their auras. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. "Why did you guys only arrive now?" Guling said. Although she was not afraid of supremes, she could not do anything to them. She did not want to waste the undying God liquid on recovering her cultivation. That was the undying golden Buddha tree's divine elixir, a supreme treasure in itself. The undying matter within was also a great natural luck. The Star Beast Sovereign was a little hesitant. They should have arrived long ago, but they encountered powerful enemies along the way, and a battle ensued. Even though they managed to beat back those fellows, they were still delayed. "All right, since we're here, let's go fight for it." At this time, a supreme aura surged out from the depths of the immortal mansion world, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Even quasi-supreme experts chose to retreat. No one below the extreme Tao dared to approach a certain place in the eastern domain of the immortal estate world. "Go!" The Star Beast Venerable Beast's divine sense instantly spread out and enveloped a part of the world. It immediately discovered something strange in the depths of the world. There was actually a group of extreme Tao Supremes surrounding an ancient palace. The Taoist rhymes emanating from the ancient palace were very astonishing. Rays of divine light directly rushed out from the encirclement of the Supremes, illuminating the entire world. Even a group of Supremes could not completely suppress this ancient palace. This surprised the Star Beast Venerable Beast. He waved his sleeves and led everyone into the sky, directly disappearing into the void at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, he descended from the sky like a huge star, landing on a mountain near the ancient palace. The starlight dissipated, and the figures of Guling and the others appeared. The group of Supremes was shocked and hurriedly looked towards the mountain. When Di Jiutian saw the Star Beast Venerable Beast, Guling and the others, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Weren't the Star Beast Venerable Beast and the other two fellows with Master? What had come here? Could it be that even Master had come here? In this world, there were probably not many people who could make Gu Fei worry. The appearance of Guling immediately caused the three Supremes to retreat. Even when Di Jiutian appeared, the three Supremes did not have the slightest intention of retreating. However, once Guling appeared, the three Supremes from the heavenly realm and the human realm immediately retreated. Although the power of heavenly punishment in the heavenly realm and the human realm had been strengthened by Gu Fei, there were still many Supremes in the heavenly realm and the human realm who had sealed their cultivation and escaped that calamity. After coming to the immortal mansion world, These extreme Tao supremes no longer had to hide their cultivation. They directly unsealed their cultivation and recovered their extreme Tao cultivation. However, Gu Fei was a taboo existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. In this world, no one dared to provoke him, especially those with large families. Regardless of whether it was the incomparably ancient forces of the ancient antiquity, the emperor clans, or the extreme royal families, no one was willing to offend Gu Fei. And Gu Ling was Gu Fei's most beloved daughter. Last time, Gu Fei had gone on a killing spree on the primordial ancestral planet for his daughter. The three extreme Tao supremes all came from ancient cultivation forces. These supremes all had a superforce behind them. If they were supremes who were alone and had no worries, they could do whatever they wanted and not be afraid of offending anyone. However, the supremes with powerful families could not. There were also many supremes who retreated to a distance and continued to observe. This ancient palace was really extraordinary. Even the supremes could not suppress it. Its aura was earth-shattering, and it forcibly opened up a part of the world under the pressure of the supremes. This palace, Guling was very shocked. She had been in the world for so many years, but she had never seen such a shocking scene. There were at least 11 supremes present, and even 11 supremes could not suppress this ancient palace. This was really terrifying. Moreover, among these 11 supremes, there were at least 2 supremacies. Di Jiutian was a supremacy from the heaven realm, and the Star Beast supremacy was a supremacy from the ancestral realm. Both of them were extremely powerful and ruthless people who killed other supremes as if they were chickens. There must be something heaven-defying inside. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. If not for the Star Beast supremacy protecting him, his body and soul would have long been destroyed. Even a quasi-supremacy would not be able to withstand the extreme Tao divine aura, let alone the aura that erupted from so many supremes. Let me destroy this palace and see what's inside. The ancient god of war from the chaotic god of war palace had a fiery temper. When he saw that no one was making a move, he immediately jumped out. Swoosh! A huge hammer rushed out of his body and was grabbed by him. He then exerted all his strength and smashed it towards the ancient palace in front of him. Boom! The huge hammer that emitted endless chaotic electric light hit the ancient palace. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread in all directions. In the next moment, the hammer was directly repelled, and the ancient war ancestor of the chaotic god of war, Kuin-Yu, was directly knocked away along with his hammer. Kuin-Yu roared out furiously. He gripped the hammer desperately with both hands, and he did not even notice the blood dripping from his hands. What? All the supremes were surprised when they saw this. In particular, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire, Qi Shao, widened his eyes. He knew Kuin-Yu's cultivation and battle prowess. Even if he fought against Kuin-Yu, they would only be evenly matched. It would be very difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Kuin-Yu had actually been directly knocked away. The defenses of the palace were just too powerful. Even Di Jiutian and the Star Beast supremacy were stern. Chapter 4454. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the monster clan, the demonic aura had been surging for more than a month. Countless monsters in the ancestral grounds of the monster clan were trembling in fear of the demonic aura erupting. One had to know that once the demonic aura was condensed to the extreme, the entire ancestral grounds of the monster clan would be finished. Even a sage-level monster saint would be in trouble if they were to come into contact with the demonic aura, not to mention the monsters below the sage level. I wonder how long the one inside is going to stay in seclusion. Outside the area enveloped by devil Qi, on top of a mountain stood 2 demon race ancestor-level existences. The 2 of them were very strong. They were both quasi-supreme level existences. Only quasi-supreme level demon clan experts could become demon ancestors. The title of demon ancestor was not something that just anyone could use. The more capable one was, the more one could do. Who would dare to call themselves monster patriarchs if they weren't capable enough. The demonic aura is too terrifying. The other monster patriarch stared at the surging demonic aura with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even quasi-sovereigns would find it difficult to refine such pure demonic aura. However, the existence in the center of the demonic aura was constantly devouring and refining the extremely pure demonic aura. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Is there still no news from the Monster Lord? That place isn't a good place. The two monster patriarchs whispered to each other. They actually wanted to try their luck in the Chaos Rift and see if they could obtain a great opportunity. However, the demon race's ancestral land could not be without a quasi-supreme demon ancestor guarding it. Old Turtle led the other demon ancestors into the Chaos Rift, but they were unlucky enough to draw a lot to guard the ancestral land, so they could only stay and guard the demon race's ancestral land. Moreover, there was a great god in seclusion in the monster clan ancestral grounds. Rumble! At that moment, the demonic aura in front of them surged violently. Then, the ink-like demonic aura receded like a receding tide. In just a few breaths' time, the demonic aura that shrouded the area had completely disappeared. The two demon progenitors stared at the figure on the top of the mountain in front of them with their mouths agape. Such a vast amount of demonic chi was actually devoured by that person in one gulp. Furthermore, that person did not seem to be satisfied. The man opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing a fist-sized ball that was floating in the air. Boom! In the next moment, all 108,000 pores on that person's body spewed out demonic energy. Even the extremely pure demonic energy contained impurities. The devil chi that gushed out of that person's body was devil chi that contained a large amount of impurities. The two monster ancestors in the distance were taken aback when they saw the demonic aura erupting from the man. At that moment, that person stretched out his right hand. The demonic energy that erupted from his body gathered in his right hand, and he grabbed it. A ball of fire appeared in his hand, and he directly refined the large amount of impurities in the devil chi. At the same time, a powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if it could not withstand his powerful body. The two martial progenitors were taken aback, but they quickly regained their senses and rushed toward the figure on the mountain top. "Greetings, Master! Greetings, Master!" The two monster ancestors respectfully bowed toward the man. The man slowly turned around and smiled at the two monster ancestors. Following this, the powerful aura that struck fear into the monster ancestors' hearts instantly disappeared. Unfathomable. The two monster ancestors were utterly shocked. "Where's the old tortoise?" said the man. Master Demon has gone to the Chaos Rift." One of the monster ancestors said respectfully. "The Chaos Rift?" The man was startled. He raised his head and stared into the depths of the Chaos Rift as if his gaze could penetrate the boundless space. "Interesting." The man smiled, and in the next moment he disappeared into the void. Even the two quasi-supreme level martial ancestors were unable to see how that person disappeared. "This Master Gu's cultivation! I can't see through him. He's unfathomable indeed." The two monster ancestors were astounded. The news of Gu Fei leaving the monster ancestors' ancestral ground had been sealed off by the monster race. No one knew that Gu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground. One should know that Gu Fei was a ruthless man of his generation. Even the ancient demon Xianhuang was no match for him and was captured. His existence itself was a deterrent. If people knew that Gu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground, the monster race's ancestral ground would most likely be attacked by the primordial evil remnants or the heavenly demon descendants. The primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants were the old tortoise's mortal enemies. The two factions would never let go of an opportunity like this. With Gu Fei in the monster race's ancestral ground, all factions would be wary of him. Even the primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants would not act recklessly. Boom! the periphery of the chaos rift suddenly shook. A figure directly rushed into the chaos rift like a meteor, streaking across the void and disappearing into the chaos rift. Who's that? How dare he ignore the chaos chi and fly through the chaos rift? Some of the nearby cultivators were startled. Within the chaos rift, the laws of heaven and earth were chaotic, and there was even chaos chi lingering around. Even saints did not dare to fly recklessly in the chaos rift. But now, that mysterious person dared to do so. Is it a quasi-supreme? Someone exclaimed. At this time, countless experts had gathered in front of the huge immortal abode within the chaos rift. The immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos chi. If one wanted to enter the immortal abode, they would first have to break through the chaos chi. Not everyone had the ability to break through the layer of chaos chi. Those who lacked the ability naturally could not break through, but some people did not give up and wanted to take the risk. Then, many people died in the layer of chaos chi outside the immortal abode. Of course, the immortal abode contained supreme inheritances and great opportunities, so it was worth the risk. However, not everyone could obtain great opportunities and great opportunities. Look, another person has successfully broken through. At this time, on a flying ship, a white-robed girl suddenly exclaimed. Beside the white-robed girl stood a few young people. These people all wore the same style of clothes, so they were obviously disciples of the same force. Apart from the young people on the flying ship, there was also an old man with a walking stick. This old man's hair and beard were all white, even his eyebrows were white. Moreover, this old man's eyebrows were very long, so long that they reached his chest. Yes, that is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly God abode in the heaven realm. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the holy venerate and is about to enter the quasi-supreme realm, the old man said. What? That person is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly God abode, Huitian? Someone on the flying ship exclaimed. Huitian was the current divine son nurtured by the mysterious heavenly God abode. However, this divine son was much weaker than the divine sons from the primordial realm. He needed an opportunity to break through his current cultivation level. Chapter 4455. The chaotic energy blocked countless geniuses, whether they were from the heaven realm, the human realm, or the ancestral realm. As long as their cultivation wasn't high enough and they didn't have a quasi-supreme Tao artifact to protect themselves, they wouldn't be able to break through. Moreover, even if they had quasi-supreme Tao artifacts to protect themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be safe. Even the geniuses from the primordial realm were blocked by the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. Countless experts from the 4 great realms were watching from the vicinity of the immortal mansion. Some directly sent messages to their ancestral lands, asking their sects to use their supreme treasures, and some directly invited quasi-supreme existences to bring them into the immortal mansion. The 8 immortals each displayed their own abilities, all for the sake of passing through that layer of chaotic chi and entering the immortal mansion world to seize great opportunities and great fortune. After that, they would soar into the heavens and become super experts that could look down on the common people and the 9 heavens. At this time, on an inconspicuous flying boat, several young people were listening to the teachings of their seniors. The divine child of the heavenly mystery god estate has entered. The white-robed girl on the flying boat was extremely envious. At this time, the news that the inside of the immortal mansion was a separate world had long been spread by people who had come out of the immortal mansion. Entering the immortal mansion world might allow one to obtain unimaginable fortunes. This was a fatal temptation to every single cultivator. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who clearly knew that they couldn't do it, yet still took the risk and gave it a try. In the end, they suffered the tragic fate of having their bodies and souls destroyed. There's no point in being envious. Today, I'm just bringing you little fellows here to broaden your horizons. The old man sighed. With his cultivation, he couldn't protect these little fellows as they entered the immortal mansion world. The Sky Mist sect was only a lower middle sect in the heaven realm. Even the sect leader of the Sky Mist sect was only at the peak of the Holy Venerate level. Moreover, the Sky Mist sect was under the command of the Heaven Realm's demon race. Sigh. The few young people on the flying boat were very helpless and disappointed. At this time, a few more people tried to break through the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. However, although they were very strong, and one of them was even a low-level Holy Venerate, they were still torn to pieces by the chaotic energy. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone who witnessed the scene knew that it was impossible to pass through this layer of primal chi without a quasi-supreme being cultivation or a quasi-supreme being Tao artifact to protect oneself. Boom! At this moment, a streak of blade light split the chaos apart, directly splitting open a 1,000-meter-long crack in the layer of chaotic aura. At the same time, a black-robed young man with a divine blade in his hand strode over from afar. Step by step, he followed the passageway and passed through the chaotic aura, arriving outside the door of the divine abode, splitting the chaotic chi with a single slash. When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. This person was too ferocious. It was just one saber strike, and that was the primal chaos chi that even a Holy Venerate could not break through. A chance! The cultivators near the passageway that had been split open immediately rushed towards it. Very quickly. There were actually dozens of saints who were above the saint level who followed the passageway and rushed through the layer of primal chaos energy, arriving in front of the gate of the immortal estate. Even some mighty figures who had sacred artifacts to protect themselves were able to break through. However, very quickly, the path that was split open disappeared. The chaotic energy obliterated that path, causing the cultivators who didn't make it in time to beat their chests and stamp their feet. Who was that? That saber-wielding quasi-supreme? On the flying ship, the old man from the Sky Mist sect frowned. The black-robed young man's cultivation level was very high, and even he couldn't see through the black-robed young man's cultivation level. The black-robed young man directly walked through the immortal door and entered the world of the immortal estate. The group of cultivators behind him also surged forward, all of them rushing in. I only hesitated for a moment. A great opportunity, but I'm not fated to have it. A cultivator's face was covered in tears, regretting that he had been a step too slow. At this moment, a streak of divine light shot over from afar like a meteor. Everywhere it passed, the chaotic aura that pervaded the chaotic rift was swept away. Who was that? That streak of divine light was simply too eye-catching, and all the cultivators were alarmed. Under everyone's gaze, that streak of divine light directly arrived in front of the chaotic aura outside the immortal estate. As soon as that person stopped, the ball of divine light that enveloped him disappeared. That wasn't a protective divine light, but a brilliance formed from the friction between his physical body and the surrounding air. The old man on the Sky Mist sect's flying ship was extremely shocked. What? Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. This guy actually didn't use divine light to protect himself while flying through the chaotic rift? This person's physical body was too powerful. However, the moment some people saw the person's face, clearly, they almost knelt down in fright. Why is he here too? F*CK, now that he's here, who would dare to fight him for the great opportunity, and the great opportunity? Sigh. There's nothing for us to do now. All the cultivators who recognized that person immediately thought of hiding as far away as they could. Goofei? In the distant sky, a dignified old man dressed in embroidered robes stared at the figure, his expression extremely grim. Goofei suddenly turned around and looked in the old man's direction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was less than 3 meters away from the old man. What? The old man in embroidered robes was truly shocked. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. You dare to have killing intent towards me? Gu Fei looked at the panicking old man in embroidered robes coldly. What are you doing? I'm from the ancestral realms, heavenly clan. The old man's voice began to tremble. Just now, he only had a trace of killing intent towards Gu Fei, but it was actually detected by Gu Fei. This fellow was too terrifying. Humph. Gu Fei said nothing more. With a slap, he turned the old man into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit dispersed in the air. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist. He was killed with a single slap? Just how powerful is this Gu Fei? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The battle power displayed by Gu Fei was simply too powerful. He killed a quasi-supreme martial artist with a single slap. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist, not an ordinary existence. What, you want to die too? Gu Fei looked towards a warship in the distance. On the bow of the warship stood several incomparably powerful existences. They were all people from the ancestral realms, heavenly clan. Seeing Gu Fei kill the old man with a single slap, those people were both shocked and furious. They glared at Gu Fei furiously, yet did not dare to do anything. Greetings, Lord Gu. Elder Tianlong was disrespectful to you. He deserved to die. We do not dare to show any dissatisfaction, said the leading elder on the warship. The heavenly clansmen on the warship had no choice but to lower their heads to Gu Fei. If they did not, they would die. Humph. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to them. In his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Killing them or not was meaningless. He turned around and took a step forward. Once again, he arrived before the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal palace. Not bad. This is the technique of an utmost exalted. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked. The layer of chaotic aura was sucked in by him and was being devoured by him. Chapter 4456. Outside the Holy Realm Mansion on the periphery of the Chaos Rift, Gu Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion. Everyone who saw this was shocked to the extreme. That was not ordinary primordial qi. It was a defensive measure set up by a supreme existence, and the primordial qi was blessed with great power. Even ordinary primordial qi was not easy to refine, let alone this kind of primordial qi that had been blessed with some kind of power. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the primordial qi. Among the primordial qi that converged toward him, ancient Tao patterns appeared one after another and then disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded for the first time. This Gu Fei is simply a madman. Gu Fei's crazy move was unbelievable. But soon, everyone was shocked again. The layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion gradually thinned, and Gu Fei kept swallowing it. All the cultivators who were blocked by the layer of primordial qi outside the Holy Realm Mansion were surprised, happy, and excited. If Gu Fei broke through the layer of primordial qi, wouldn't everyone be able to enter the world of the Holy Realm Mansion? Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. As he continued to swallow the primordial qi, the ancient Tao patterns continued to collapse. Soon, the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion was completely swallowed by Gu Fei and disappeared completely. This made all the cultivators who witnessed this scene dumbfounded. How is this possible? On the flying boat of the Sky Mist sect, the long-eyebrowed old man murmured, his voice trembling. Holy Realm Mansion? Gu Fei used the eternal true eyes to look at the Holy Realm Mansion in front of him, and he saw a shocking scene. The whole Holy Realm Mansion was densely covered with incomparably ancient Tao patterns. No one knew how many years this Tao pattern had existed, but it had not been eroded by the ruthless passage of time. It was still very terrifying. Gu Fei estimated that even an existence at the peak of the Master Realm would not be able to shake this immortal mansion. At least an existence at the half-step eternal realm could threaten this immortal mansion. The qi of heaven and earth emanated from the gate of the immortal abode. Beyond the gate was a world of its own. Great opportunity, great fortune. Gu Fei looked at the opened immortal gate in front of him. His lips curled into a disdainful smile. Everyone thought that he would enter the immortal mansion world. But in the next instant, a large hand directly reached out from the depths of the primal chaos rift, grabbing towards Gu Fei. The giant hand seemed to have grabbed out casually, but the void around Gu Fei was instantly locked up. It actually grabbed Gu Fei along with the void around Gu Fei. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that there would be a big guy hiding in the depths of the primal chaos rift and even dared to attack Gu Fei. That was Gu Fei, an existence even more ferocious than the ancient, great omen Xianhuang. Who in the heaven realm or the mortal realm would dare to attack him? The one who attacked him was naturally not from the heaven realm or the mortal realm, nor was it even from the ancestral realm. Rumble, the world shook. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Gu Fei was directly grabbed by the giant hand into the depths of the primal chaos rift and disappeared. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. That was Gu Fei, who could even suppress the ancient, great omen Xianhuang. How could he be taken away just like that? He did not resist at all. This was too unbelievable. This Gu Fei also has such a day. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally rejoiced in his misfortune. They could not wait for someone to take care of Gu Fei. As for those who were on good terms with Gu Fei, their expressions were grave. This was a heaven-piercing matter. If Gu Fei was really killed, the heaven realm and the mortal realm would most likely be thrown into chaos. Even the ancestral realm would be in an uproar. One had to know that the power that Gu Fei had left in the ancestral realm could not be underestimated. Everyone could not wake up from their shock for a long time. Someone suddenly roared like a madman, waking everyone up with a start. Then, the vicinity of the immortals' abode immediately burst into an uproar. The primal chaos has disappeared. What are we waiting for? Charge! I didn't think that we could enter the immortal abode world. Great fortune, great opportunity. I'm coming. Countless cultivators madly rushed towards the gate of the immortal abode. The gate was very big. Even if countless cultivators swarmed in, it did not seem crowded. Elder, let's go as well. On the Sky Mist Sect's flying vessel, several young disciples were extremely excited. Originally, they had just come to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. But who would have thought that Gu Fei would suddenly appear and devour the layer of primal chaos aura that enveloped the entire immortal abode? Let's watch first. The long-browed elder's expression was extremely grave. The dangers of the immortal abode world were no joke. Moreover, with so many people entering the immortal abode world, those who did not have a strong enough cultivation base would only attract a fatal disaster, even if they obtained the fortune. It was useless for the young people on the flying vessel to be anxious. Scram! Just at this moment, an angry roar came from within the immortal abode. Then, countless people flew out from within the immortal abode. Some of them directly exploded into clouds of blood mist, dying in body and soul. An extremely powerful ripple of power surged out from within the immortal abode. A great battle had erupted within the immortal abode. People were constantly being killed. Even saints were injured and had to retreat, to say nothing of those cultivators below the saint level. The immortal abode was in chaos, and a thick stench of blood pervaded the air. The young disciples on the Sky Mist Sect's flying vessel were all stunned by this bloody scene. Was this the cruel side of the cultivation world? For the sake of natural treasures and top-notch legacies, countless people had gone mad. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Those were the ripples of power between saints. Powerful saints were battling within the immortal abode, and all cultivators below the saint level had become cannon fodder. The battle between saints was incomparably bitter. Soon, news spread that several saints who had obtained fortune in the immortal abode world were about to leave, but they were intercepted by others and a great battle erupted. And then those who had just charged into the immortal abode were unlucky. They were caught up in the shock waves of the great battle, and countless were killed or injured. The long-browed elder of the sky, Mist Sect, rejoiced incomparably. It was precisely because of his hesitation that he had saved the lives of the Sky Mist Sect disciples on the flying vessel. The great battle between saints continued for several hours. In the end, a saint charged out from the immortal abode world. However, this person's entire body was covered in bloodstains. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Old Monster Zhou, oldly Zhao Feiyu will remember this. That saint roared madly as he charged out of the primal chaos rift, intending to return to the celestial realm. What? When the experts near the immortal abode world heard Zhao Feiyu's words, they were all indescribably shocked. Could it be that the saints of the primordial Zhou clan and the primordial Li clan had teamed up against the saint of the primordial Zhao clan? The information that the saint who had escaped had revealed was simply too shocking. If this was true, wouldn't it ignite the conflict between the various primordial clans? If that was the case, the celestial realm and the mortal realm would both fall into complete chaos. If a war broke out between the primordial clans, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and unimaginable destruction would result. One had to know that these primordial clans were likely to have extreme Daos overseeing them, and all of them possessed incomparably deep resources. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and punched out. The violent fist energy was as ferocious as the explosion of a divine sun, and it directly intercepted Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, hand over that item and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Two powerful figures charged out of the immortal abode world, pressing towards Zhao Feiyu. Go to hell, all of you. Zhao Feiyu immediately retreated, dodging the incoming punch. At the same time, he crushed a Dao talisman in his hand. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, a wild roar came from the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm. In the next moment, a powerful figure charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family in the celestial realm. With a single step, he charged towards the area where the primal chaos rift was located. Following that, another 3 experts charged out of the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm and entered the primal chaos rift. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, the expressions of the 3 saints who were surrounding him changed drastically. And this quickly, the 3 saints immediately attacked Zhao Feiyu with all their might. Zhao Feiyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could he possibly withstand the combined attacks of 3 saints? He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. A bloody hole had appeared in his body. If it weren't for the fact that he had used a death substitution Dao talisman in this critical moment of life and death, he would have long since been blasted to smithereens by these 3 despicable and shameless fellows. However, he had already used up all of his death substitution Dao talismans. If he was killed again, then he would truly be dead. You despicable, shameless scum. Zhao Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot. They had narrowly escaped death and obtained an item from a restricted area in the immortal abode world. They had wanted to immediately leave the immortal abode world and return that item to the ancestral grounds. However, they had never imagined that news of Zhao Feiyu and the others obtaining the item would be leaked, causing the saints of the Zhou and Li families to join forces and ambush them near the immortal abode world. The other 2 saints of the Zhao family were caught off guard and killed. Only Zhao Tianyu, who had the highest level of cultivation and the strongest battle prowess, managed to escape, die. What responded to Zhao Tianyu was a fist that exploded with terrifying power. This was the Zhou family's Big Dipper heaven-shattering fist. The violent power of the stars surged out of the Zhou family's saint's fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. The other saint of the Zhou family even took out a quasi-supreme Dao treasure. It was a blood-red divine saber. The divine saber transformed into a streak of bloody light that shot toward Zhao Tianyu. The Li family saint also used his trump card, releasing extremely tiny flying needles. This type of Tao treasure was impossible to defend against. Once one was hit, it would be too late. Roar! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chapter 44:57. Zhao Tianyu of the Heavenly Realms Zhao clan was besieged by the three saints of the Zhou clan and the Li clan. In his despair, he self-destructed, wanting to drag the three saints down with him. If he risked his life to recoup his losses, if he killed two, he would have made a profit. If he killed all three, he would have made a huge profit. Zhao Tianyu, you lunatic! The saint of the Zhou clan only had time to roar before he crumbled under the terrifying, destructive power. His body and soul were both destroyed. He did not have a death substitution talisman on him, so he had no chance of rebirth. Roar! The other saint of the Zhou clan roared as he activated his protective talisman. More than 10 beams of divine light surged from his body, protecting him. However, those 10 beams of divine light did not even last for a breath's time. They were instantly destroyed by the mighty destructive power. In the next moment, half of his body was obliterated, and his flesh was a mess. Just as the saint of the Zhou clan was about to die, a beam of divine light surged from his body. The half of his body that had been obliterated actually reassembled and recovered. However, in the next moment, his physical body crumbled again, and even his soul was almost obliterated. However, at the crucial moment, another beam of divine light flashed. Under the cover of the divine light, the saint of the Zhou clan was reborn once again. However, he still died in the end. This fellow had died 7 times. In the end, after the death substitution talisman was used up, he really died. The other saint of the Li clan was also in a miserable state. He escaped the fastest, but in the end he did not escape from the range of Zhao Tianyu's self-destruction. He was enveloped by the explosive, destructive power. In the next moment, the saint of the Li clan was blasted into a bloody mist. However, within the bloody mist, a ball of divine light lit up. Under the illumination of the divine light, the bloody mist rapidly condensed, and the saint of the Li clan reassembled his physical body. He also had a death substitution talisman on him, but he only had one. It would be gone once he used it. However, the saint of the Li clan immediately used his quasi-supreme talisman. It was a shining silver ring. The moment the silver ring appeared, it immediately dispersed the surrounding destructive power. Rumble, the saint of the Li clan, controlled the silver ring and instantly charged hundreds of thousands of miles away. Damn it, Li Jingtian! How dare you kill our saint and steal our treasure? You deserve to die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with towering anger rushed over. Terrifying energy waves erupted from this middle-aged man, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Zhao Yi, the Li family saint Li Jingtian, was shocked when he saw who it was. This was Zhao Yi, an elder of the Heavenly Realms Zhao family. However, Zhao Yi didn't come from the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm. Instead, he came from the primordial Zhao clan of the Human Realm. The primordial Zhao clan's foundation was extremely deep. Zhao Yi was a reclusive expert of the desolate era's Zhao family. His cultivation base was at the early stages of the quasi-supreme realm, which allowed him to become the Heaven Realm's Zhao family's grand elder and the family head. Although the heavenly realm had been invaded by the extreme mysterious realm and suffered heavy losses, some of the leaders of the sects and sects had fallen. The heavenly realm was not as powerful as the extreme mysterious realm. On the other hand, the Zhao clan did not suffer any losses. The clan head was still Zhao Tianxiong, and the 2 supreme elders were overseeing things. These 3 powerful beings were all quasi-supremes, and were basically invincible as long as they did not come out of the extreme Tao. Run! The Li family saint immediately turned around and fled. Humph! Still trying to escape? Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Li family saint. In an instant, the the void around the Li family's saint was enveloped. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and an item flew back from afar, landing in his hand. Roar! The Li family's saint desperately activated the silver bracelet. The silver bracelet erupted with quasi-supreme level power and blocked Zhao Yi's huge hand. It's just a small quasi-supreme Dao artifact. Even if a quasi-supreme level expert came personally, he wouldn't be able to save you. Zhao Yi exerted force, and the silver bracelet immediately shattered. The Li family saint was immediately grabbed and turned into a bloody mist. Even the death substitution talisman was not enough. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. At this time, countless experts in the heavenly realm were watching the live broadcast through the mysterious divine talisman established by the mysterious divine estate on the mysterious divine platform. Zhao Yi, how dare you kill the Li family saint? Even if you are the Zhao family's grand elder, you must die. The Li family head stared at the screen in front of him and gritted his teeth. Family head, I'll go kill this Zhao Yi. Behind the Li family head, a middle-aged quasi-supreme, dressed in battle armor, said angrily, Go then. Let them know that our Li family is not so easily bullied. The Li family head nodded as he spoke. How did the Zhao family and the Li family get into a conflict? Haha, aren't you guys watching the live broadcast? The Li family and the Zhou family saints seem to have set up an ambush in the immortal mansion world, wanting to kill the Zhao family saint, Zhao Tianyu. In the end, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to self-detonate. Wow, no way. I just haven't been on the mysterious divine platform for half a day. What kind of earth-shattering event has happened? Humph, ignorant and ill-informed. Someone said smugly. At this time, outside the immortal mansion world, after killing the Li family saint, Zhao Yi's anger had not yet subsided. He attacked and killed all of the Li family disciples nearby with a single slap. Only after exterminating the Li family clansmen near the immortal mansion world did Zhao Yi's anger subside significantly. Although Zhao Yi is the Zhao family's grand elder, he still wantonly slaughtered the Li family's disciples. This will definitely enrage the Li family. On the Fecta platform, everyone who saw this through the live stream was shocked beyond belief. The Heaven Domain's Li clan was not a weak clan. Although the Heaven Domain's Zhao clan dominated the northern region of the Heaven Domain, the Li clan was also a colossus. One must know that the human realm's Li clan from the primordial world and the heaven realm's Li clan came from the same source. Ever since the path of heaven was opened between the heaven realm and the human realm, the clans of the ancients in the human realm had to regain control of the forces they had left in the heaven realm. However, after countless years of development, the forces of the clan of the ancients that remained in the heaven realm had become even more powerful. They had even produced quasi-supremes. The heaven realm's Li clan also returned to the human realm's Li clan and became a branch of the desolate Li clan. Countless years ago, they were originally a branch of the desolate Li clan. Back then, the human realm was in chaos and the path of heaven was severed. The ancient powers in the heaven realm experienced a long period of darkness, and many powers from the human realm disappeared. However, a force that could survive for so long was not simple. Seems like the heaven realm is going to be chaotic again. Someone left a message on the Tianji platform. As long as that person exists in the heaven realm, there will be no chaos. Someone said disapprovingly, You mean? Everyone suddenly fell silent, not daring to continue talking. Zhao Yi's massacre near the immortal abode had completely angered the heaven realm's Li clan. Countless people were watching the show. If the Zhao clan and the Li clan fought, it would be interesting. While everyone was watching the show, in the depths of the chaos rift near the primordial world, two powerful figures were confronting each other. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the two of them, dispersing the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Extreme Supremes? A warship directly rushed into the chaos chi. Soon, the experts on the warship were indescribably shocked. The Extreme Supreme's aura coming from the chaos chi shocked the experts on the worship. Go around. The extreme divine formation on the worship was activated, and a ball of divine light enveloped the entire worship. The leader immediately gave the order to go around. Your Highness, it's rare to see an extreme Supremes battle. Why don't we stay and watch? On the bow of the worship, a youth in embroidered clothes stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by divine light. Behind him stood many experts. A white-robed youth behind the saint looked in the direction of the extreme Supreme's aura. Yes, the saint nodded. The cultivators on the worship were overjoyed. How dare you attack me, Gu Fei? You must be tired of living. In the chaos chi, a blurry figure suddenly erupted with powerful energy waves, shaking the entire chaos rift. This person was Gu Fei. His cultivation had actually broken through to the extreme Supremes realm. You're the only one at the extreme Supremes? The person on the other side was very disdainful. Kill. Not in the mood to talk nonsense with this guy, Gu Fei threw a punch the guy on the other side. Rumble. The punch shook the world. Although Gu Fei's punch looked simple, it made the mysterious person feel that it was difficult to dodge. Boom! The mysterious person was directly blasted away, smashing into a small mountain behind him. Humph! The Supremes of the primordial world are so weak, they can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei shook his head. What did you say? The mysterious person was instantly enraged and directly rushed over from afar. 9 rays of sword light rushed out of his body and slashed wildly at Gu Fei. The mysterious person had once taken action and dragged Gu Fei into the depths of the chaos chi. But Gu Fei was not a weakling, so he directly broke free from the mysterious person's control. Return. Gu Fei stretched out his hands, and the 9 rays of sword light were immediately drawn to his body and circled around him. What? The mysterious person was shocked to see the scene. The sword light he had shot out was actually easily controlled by the other party. How was this possible? Here you go. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the 9 rays of sword light around him immediately erupted with even more powerful sword light, directly piercing towards the mysterious person opposite him. Damn it! The mysterious person immediately retreated. No one knew the power of the 9 rays of sword light better than him. If he was hit, even a Supreme would be injured. Whoosh! The 9 rays of sword light crossed the sky and directly caught up with the mysterious person who was sent flying backward. Roar! The mysterious person roared to the sky. He attacked with all his strength, increasing his speed by several times. However, the 9 rays of sword light continued to pierce towards the mysterious person like a shadow. How is this possible? The mysterious person was shocked and angry. The other party actually reversed his attack perfectly, and the power of this divine ability seemed to be a bit stronger than when he used it. This was unbelievable. Chapter 4458. After Gu Fei came out of seclusion, he wanted to enter the immortal abode in the Chaos Rift to take a look. However, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the Chaos Rift. The huge hand directly grabbed Gu Fei and dragged him into the depths of the Chaos Rift, not far from the primordial realm. It was the attack of a mysterious supremacy. However, Gu Fei was not to be trifled with. His extreme grade cultivation erupted and directly shattered the huge hand that grabbed him. Kill! Kill! Without any hesitation, the 2 powerhouses immediately started fighting. Gu Fei's seclusion this time allowed him to refine an endless amount of demonic chi. The demonic chi of the 10 extinction demonic star was too vast and pure, allowing his cultivation base to directly recover to the initial stage of extreme Tao. As long as he was willing, he could immediately transcend the tribulation and become a true extreme grade supremacy. Gu Fei used to be a supreme existence in the eternal grade. Although the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and knocked him into the cycle of reincarnation, his eternal grade and even extreme grade cultivation were almost beaten back to his original state. However, he still took one step at a time and cultivated back to where he came from. Because he was cultivating from the beginning, he already had a clear understanding of the various realms. Along the way, he did not encounter any bottlenecks at all, even if he had not transcended the tribulation. Gu Fei's current cultivation was enough to compete with an extreme grade supremacy. I'll return it to you. Gu Fei easily reversed the 9 rays of sword light that the mysterious supremacy from the primordial realm shot at him. The 9 rays of sword light released a dazzling sword light that directly broke through the chaos rift and caught up with the mysterious supremacy in an instant. Damn it, the mysterious supremacy's body trembled. In the next moment, the 9 sharp rays of sword light were directly smashed by a divine halo that rushed out of his body. Go! With a thought from the mysterious supremacy, the divine halo that bloomed with 5-colored divine light directly collided with Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements at the extreme grade erupted from the divine halo. This is the great Tao of the 5 elements. Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. If his first reincarnation was before the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation, then his second reincarnation was after the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation. 2 lifetimes of cultivation had made his foundation of the great path even more solid. He had cultivated each realm to the extreme, and each realm had reached a flawless level. In particular, he possessed the eternal true bones, which made his martial body extremely powerful. Even if he only used the power of his martial body, he could still crush opponents of the same level. He didn't expect to encounter a 5 elements supremacy who had cultivated the 5 elements great Tao to the extreme right after he became an extreme supremacy. The 5 elements supremes of the primordial beginning realm were too powerful, and they had already used the 5 elements Tao artifact. He had to be serious. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately displayed the supreme fist technique that he had created in his previous life. When he punched out, it was as if a giant god had smashed through the chaos. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were shattering around him. It was a shocking sight. This was the supreme fist technique that Gu Fei had created in his previous life when he had cultivated to the eternal realm. It was the extreme breaking fist, which could break through the limits with one punch. Even the primitive powers of heaven and earth, such as earth, water, wind, and fire, could be unleashed. This, when the 5 elements supremacy of the primordial beginning realm saw this, his pupils involuntarily shrank, and his expression became extremely solemn. He could sense the terror of Gu Fei's punch. The moment Gu Fei punched out, his hair stood on end. It was as if he was facing a great terror and crisis. Gu Fei's entire body was enveloped in the primordial divine light. This primordial power was extremely powerful, and the punch that was powered by the extreme primordial power was simply invincible. There was no mystique that could not be destroyed with a single punch. This punch had not yet been completely unleashed, but the extremely grand fist intent had already dispersed all the primordial chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch landed on the 5 elements divine ring, sending the supreme Tao treasure of the primordial beginning realm's 5 elements celestial sect flying. Boom! A mountain in the distance was struck by the 5 elements divine ring and exploded, turning into dust that filled the sky. Taking on a supreme Tao treasure with your bare hands, the 5 elements supremacy's body swayed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, the 5 elements divine ring flew back into his hand. When he looked down, he saw that the 5-colored divine ring was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Although he was already mentally prepared, the 5 elements supremacy's eyes still widened as he stared at the 5 elements divine ring in his hand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was his life-bound Tao treasure that he had spent his entire life refining, and it had almost been destroyed by a single punch from this guy. This shocked and angered him. "Just who are you?" The 5 elements, supremacy, glared at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died many times over. His Tao treasure could be considered half destroyed. If Gu Fei were to throw another punch, his Tao treasure would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. Boom! Gu Fei did not say anything. Instead, he bluntly threw out another punch. The power of this punch was much stronger than the first punch. What was the meaning of breaking the limit? It was to surpass one's own limits and raise one's combat strength to a level that surpassed one's own limits. When Gu Fei threw his second punch, the void in front of his fist collapsed and was annihilated. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was directly turned into dust. Everything was destroyed and obliterated. This was the fist of destruction. Powered by the power of a supreme Tao treasure, it could simply sink a continent and destroy an entire world. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Roar! The 5 elements, supremacy, roared and immediately retreated. At the same time, layer after layer of extreme 5 elements power erupted from his body and blocked the attack. The void that was enveloped by the 5 elements divine light was densely packed with 5 elements Tao patterns. However, Gu Fei's fist directly broke through the first layer of extreme 5 elements power. Then the second layer, the third layer. It was like a hot knife through butter. Bam! In the end, Gu Fei's fist landed on the 5 elements supremacy's body. 6 or 7 protective Tao treasures instantly shattered. These supreme Tao treasures could not even last for a breath of time. The 5 elements supremacy only felt his body shake. In the next moment, he saw his extremely powerful 5 elements Tao body split into pieces, and his head flew high into the sky. How is this possible? The 5 elements supremacy was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was the grand supreme elder of the 5 elements heavenly sect in the primordial beginning realm and an expert at the great mastery of extreme Tao. Yet he could not even take a second punch from his opponent, and his body exploded. However, in the next moment, his flesh and blood that glowed with 5 elements divine light rapidly reassembled. The power of the 5 elements surged, and a figure appeared in the 5 elements divine light. An existence at the level of supreme Tao was very difficult to kill, especially one at the great mastery of extreme Tao. "I'd like to see how many punches you can take." As he spoke, Gu Fei threw a third punch. The 5 elements supremacy was shocked and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he realized that every inch of the void between heaven and earth was filled with a majestic fist intent. No matter how he tried to escape, there was only one ending for him: death. "I can't escape!" The 5 elements supremacy could only fight head-on against Gu Fei with all his might. The outcome was tragic. The 5 elements supremacy's arms exploded from the punch, followed by his body and limbs. They were all smashed to pieces by the terrifying fist intent. The 5 elements supremacy was thoroughly killed. However, in the next moment, his body actually reassembled and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not help but frown. Could it be that this guy really could not be killed? Heaven transformation. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed at the 5 elements supremacy. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out and instantly enveloped the 5 elements supremacy. What? The 5 elements supremacy was shocked. Then he saw the most terrifying scene in his life. He saw his body disintegrating into nothingness. Soon, the 5 elements supremacy's flesh and blood melted away, leaving behind only a skeleton. Every bone in his body was sparkling like divine jade. However, this powerful skeleton could not hold on for long. Cracks began to appear on it. Finally, with a loud bang, the 5 elements supremacy's skeleton exploded and was obliterated by the heaven transformation power. Both his flesh and bones had disappeared. Right now, the 5 elements supremacy was only left with a ball of spirit. However, in the next moment, this ball of divine light was blown out like a flame. The five elements' supremacy had fallen. His cultivation had been melted away by Gu Fei's heaven transformation hand. In the end, even his entire body had been melted away. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. Gu Fei felt it was a pity. If he could swallow this guy's extreme path source in one gulp, his cultivation would probably increase by a large margin. However, under his heaven transformation hand, the five elements sky, Sect's supreme elder, had directly received a lunchbox. Primordial realm, here I come! After killing the five elements sky Sect's supreme elder, Gu Fei headed straight for the primordial realm. In the depths of the southern mountains of the primordial realm, there was a paradise on earth. Pavilions, terraces, waterfalls, and springs dotted the landscape. Immortal birds and strange beasts wandered around leisurely. Crack! On top of a mountain surrounded by spiritual energy, in an ancient palace, something suddenly shattered. What? The Great Elder is dead? One of the cultivators guarding the life hall charged out as though he had gone mad. The Great Elder's life tablet has shattered. As the news spread, the peaceful ancestral grounds of the Five Elements Sky sect immediately became lively. What's going on? How could the Great Elder be dead? No one in the ancestral grounds of the Five Elements Sky sect believed it. However, the life tablet of the Five Elements supremacy that was enshrined in the Life Palace had shattered. Once the life tablet shattered, it meant that the person had died. Even the extreme path supremacy was no exception. While the Five Elements Sky sect was in chaos, Gu Fei broke through the world barrier and entered the primordial realm. He arrived at a place called Scarlet Mist Ridge. There was a small sect here called the Scarlet Firmament Society.